Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
All right, welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a good one. This is the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for being here. We have to officially welcome Stephen Blevins, who blundered into chat first on accident today and now has a penalty to pay. He is now responsible for the internet for the rest of the day. The rest of the day. Good luck, Stephen. Congratulations on that, by the way. It was a good win. It was hard fought. You came in with a full hey. Some people only get one letter in, but you got the whole hey in there, and that was fantastic. Thank you very, very much, Stephen. Congratulations. Appreciate also your continued support of the channel. All right, Laura Martin as well. Welcome to the gallery as a new member for, 5 months? 5 months. It's good to see you back here in green. I'm sorry, I will say that apparently over lunch, my kids were adopted. Yeah, they were adopted by a cat. And so the cat sleeps on our deck and waits for people to come outside and looks longingly at the door. We cannot have the cat inside. If the cat comes inside, I'm going to swell up like a balloon, right? My eyes will swell shut. Breathing will become labored, if not difficult, or impossible. And then it's all downhill from there. So, but they're now outside, and so we tell them, don't pet the cat. Just leave it alone. It will go away eventually, right? That's in theory. And I go in, I make myself some taquitos in the microwave, and I wander out, look out the front door, and my two youngest are sitting on lawn chairs on the deck, and the cat is like swapping, going from one lap to another, and rolling all over them and everything. It's like, oh my goodness, what are we gonna do?
Object.
So I fed it. Yeah, I did. I fed the cat. The cat was just like, you can tell it's like has not eaten very, very much. And I'm like, I can't be mean to a cat. I'm not going to let it in the house, okay? But I'm going to feed it. And so it's never going to leave now, I think. So yeah, we gave it some canned fish, which hopefully was good for it. No bones or anything, so I think it's not. This is not a feral cat. Not a feral cat. It's got a collar on and everything. Very friendly. It did like nibble, like put its mouth on my daughter's finger, cat. just nibble. But it wasn't like a bite. It was just like a very gentle, like a dog might do when it wants to play. But so now we have a cat. So that's happened. All right. Yes, we've been adopted by a cat. That's how it went. Sharon Ken Sharp, best channel by far, the best channel ever. Thank you. Sharon Ken Sharp, a member of the jury, wonderful supporter of the program. 7 months of support, as a matter of fact. Thank you. Can't say that enough. That's what makes all this possible.
There's a lawsuit.
What's the cat's name, says JM. I think we'll have to do a poll and figure out what to name it. Give me 1 second. We have a phone call coming in right now, which I think you guys would love to hear. Hello, this is Recovery Addict. Is this Jules?
It is.
Jules, how are you doing today?
I'm exhausted. How about you?
Well, I'm also tired, but probably for different reasons. I stayed up late playing with the computer, trying to get it to record properly, which it's doing. And then my wife woke me up about 4 a.m. because she was awake. So I just had bookends it. But how is court going for you?
Well, just as a spectator, I'm not going to lie. It after Friday, it really hit me hard, and I slept the entire weekend away. And it took a lot of effort for me to go yesterday. And after they did Dr. Lewis's deposition, I didn't I didn't stay. I had to leave. And I came home and literally went to sleep. I almost did not go to court today, and I am so glad that I was able to drag myself up and go, because today was an incredible day.
Yeah, tell me a little bit from being there in the courtroom. We're just watching. We were cheering and we were like, "Oh my goodness, this jury is getting better and better by the day." The questions we saw from the jury, they seemed like something that Mr. Anderson would try to ask and get objected to on the other side. It was unbelievable. What was your take on that?
Exactly. Well, my take is how they responded to Laporte was, listen, I'm not going to lie, okay? At first, I was convinced that those recorded phone calls was Kathy Beattie. Mm-hmm. And after hearing Laporte's voice today, it was Laporte. Now, could Maya have been mistaken? And absolutely. But one thing Maya has always said, Kathy Beattie was always in the room with her.
Right.
So, and she's always stuck to that.
And the juror's question sort of went with that. She was like, okay, it might have been you on the phone, but was Kathy listening?
Exactly.
And it just focused in.
Exactly.
And was she listening? And she was supposed to be, and she wasn't, at least not initially. But.
No. And this is what was great, too, was when direct was going on with Laporte, like 10 out of 12 jurors were writing copiously. Okay. And even when Greg Anderson was doing his cross, and they were writing, but they were more focused in on watching her as opposed to all the writing that they were doing, during direct examination. When it came to the jury questions, it was number 1, 3, 6, 7, and 12 that asked the majority of the questions. And then if you remember, when those questions were, done and answered, then both attorneys got to ask her questions again. And then if you remember, there was, and that came from juror number 5, who did not answer, who did not ask any questions the first go around.
And
so
I forget the order of the questions, but one of the questions basically told us that the jury didn't believe what they had heard. That
nope.
And it's just like, wow. And they were asking, I think it was something to the effect of, Judge, is there a way we can find out for sure who left this message? And we just had like sworn under oath testimony that it was her, and the jury's like, I'm not so sure now. So it was just very, very telling, but interesting.
I think that some of them may believe that it was her, mm-hmm. but the guardian ad litem question is what sealed it for me, where I think that even if they believe it was her, they don't care.
Yeah.
Because when they ask specifically about Jessica, the guardian ad litem, why did she only supervise a few calls? She couldn't answer that. And she's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So that question there, to me, it's like they don't care. They don't care whose voice was on that recording. They care that those calls were being monitored in Maya's room.
Yeah, just crazy. Let me shift gears just a little bit, Jules, and ask you. We call her Cruella because I can't remember her name, but Cruella, is that her name?
Yeah.
The attorney on the defense side. She's a very smart one. She's been mostly focusing on exhibits for most of the trial. She did the direct questioning here of the witness here with Laporte, and it seemed like she was like not ready. There were lots of pauses and approaching the bench and long delays and long questions that seemed to not be thought out well as she started asking him. Is there any indication as to why, for their first witness of the day, they sort of looked like they were caught flat-footed?
Because I think they were thrown off balance this morning because Mr. Anderson was on the ready and was disputing a lot of things and going into that, what do they call it? I don't know if it's Chapter 39, but, when it came to death. And
so
saying
all the evidence
going to go down this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. You triggered the memory. It's like all the evidence that Mr. Anderson was so effective at fighting this morning, because almost everything got excluded, and she ended up like withdrawing, some of the stuff that she wanted to put in. So she basically, that was everything she was going to cover. And so she basically
and I think it threw her off.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I hadn't for some reason, that escaped me. I watched it when it happened, but I didn't realize that's how it would result in the questioning. But I think she'll get back on her horse. I think she's going to. I mean, these are some of the best attorneys that we've ever seen on both sides. These are very, very talented attorneys and gifted at what they do. So more fireworks to come for sure. What are you looking forward to later today?
Well, I'm looking forward to cross-examination of Tori Neese and the jury questions. That's what I'm mostly looking forward to, because there's a history with this woman, and it's not a good history. And so I don't know. Listen, I'm no body language expert by any means, but you can tell she's angry. She's an angry witness, and she wants to be up there. And she tried. Did you watch the Johnny Depp trial?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Did you? Okay. Let's go to Amber Heard for a second. Do you remember how Amber Heard tried to make eye contact with the jury all the time?
Yes.
And then after the trial was over, we heard from certain jury members that they just weren't having it. Mm-hmm. Well, she pulled an Amber Heard.
Wow.
Especially during sidebars. She kept trying. She was staring the jury down, and she would attempt to smile at them, and they weren't having it. I'm telling you right now, they weren't having it. The only one that gave her a half a smile was juror 6. And I think it was only because she actually made eye contact, and I think the juror was uncomfortable, because the minute she gave that half smile, she immediately looked at her lap. So yeah, they don't like her.
Wow, Jules, that is incredible.
I can't wait to hear the questions.
Yeah, it's going to get good, and if this is an indication of how it's going to go, I mean, this could be an incredible. I know it's a long trial, okay, but 2-3 weeks left in this trial, but it could be spicy through till the very end. One question for you, Jules. I know not everybody who's on here is aware, and I'd like to give you an opportunity here. You post on TikTok, right? You post some of your stuff on TikTok.
I do.
Where could people find you?
I'm behind though. It's blind_gossip. But I haven't posted since Friday, so I'm behind, because I've been. This has exhausted me, and if I'm this exhausted, I don't know how Jack is doing it. I really don't.
The poor guy. I mean, he got sick at one point. He was not feeling well. The kids
Correct.
both as well. So
right,
it must be grueling to sit through this. Day in, day out.
And thankfully the kids are only going to be here if they have to get back up on the stand. Other than that, they're out.
Yeah, and I don't blame them for that. Can I ask you a question going way back? We had initially at the very beginning of the trial, maybe just before, there was an issue about some Facebook posts. I think it was Mr. Shapiro's wife or something. Did that ever get resolved, and we just didn't hear about that?
No.
Is that still sitting out there?
Sure, it did not. It's still sitting out there.
Okay, so we've got some posts by Mr. Shapiro's wife that may have been sharing information about the case. It sort of looks inappropriate. I'm not sure if it is inappropriate, but it looked bad. And maybe some sort of curative something?
There might be. I don't think the judge has actually made a decision in regarding that or not. I don't believe he's going to let it come in, because I know that there was a point where Greg wanted it to come in. He actually, to be perfectly honest with you, he wanted Shapiro off.
Ooh.
And that wasn't going to happen.
No.
But he tried.
Well,
I mean, he tried.
This
Was
is
it
great.
inappropriate? Yeah, it was inappropriate.
I didn't see what the posts were, so I can't speak to them. But
I only heard, but I did not see them because I don't do Facebook. But yeah, so that it remains to be seen on what's going to happen with that. So maybe nothing. I don't know. Or maybe tomorrow, because there's no jury tomorrow, and they're working on jury instructions all day tomorrow.
Yeah, and that could be some of the most boring days, or it could be incredibly intense. And oftentimes, when there's no jury there, they can fight it out because they're not trying to maintain the image. They can just throw all the punches they want to try to get their side in. Looks like the judge is back, Jules. Thank you so much for calling in.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm going to run in there and have a great day, everybody.
All right, we'll see you.
I will send
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you for doing that.
The judge says thank you to Jules as well. Thank you for doing that. Jules' TikTok is blind_gossip.
Is up and we're on, yes.
Judge is just tapping all the mics and everything.
Ms. Croels.
Judge, I don't have anything about this witness, but if we have time to do exhibits, there are a couple we would like to try to put in.
We have about 15 minutes.
Great. So, going back to...
Although I do need a clerk.
We do need a clerk. Just remember this.
List together.
We're going to be looking at the list from yesterday that we never got to, Judge. The one from October 16th, 2023.
Sure, I got that one. But you can pull it up.
Yeah, I'll just tell you. Just let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, so we would like to put in Exhibit 3047. It's the Tampa General Hospital July 30th, 2015 admission. The objection was that we didn't specify which pages. We're putting in the whole, it's a medical record of her admission to Tampa General for that month, and we're putting in the whole record.
So, 1,448 pages?
Correct.
Wow. 1,148 pages.
We asked them for page numbers because some of it is admissible, but most of it is based on, not most of it, there are significant portions that have hearsay within hearsay with no exception. Further, they have, quote, they're not even diagnoses, there's a lot of speculation contained therein by people who have absolutely no background training and experience in trying to state whether or not it was a particular diagnosis, conversion, Munchausen, CRPS. None of them would ever pass Daubert. None of them would be allowed as experts or even as treating physicians opining on that in this case. And so our problem with them is that they've got to be excised of the hearsay within hearsay without exception, and they need to be excised of any, quote, opinions by people that don't know enough to make that opinion. That's why I asked for the page numbers.
Well, okay. We want to put in the whole record. It's the hospital admission for the month she was in Tampa General that has been talked about significantly with this jury. We're going to be reading depositions and or playing depositions of doctors from the Tampa General Hospital record. But I mean, it's her admission, just like the Johns Hopkins, thousands of pages came in. It's the record of her admission to this hospital. I don't know how to designate specific pages. The record's coming in. It's a medical record.
From my perspective, it seems like this jury is already aware that at Tampa General Hospital there was some attempted diagnoses that are unfavorable for the plaintiff. I think they already know that. I don't see the problem in just putting in the medical records. I mean, is there something specific you want me to look at, or?
There's quite a bit, but A, I didn't know we were going to do this today. B, I asked him to narrow it down so we could talk a little bit about what these specific areas that I wanted to go through that I was concerned about. I think we gave them some of them, but again, I wasn't involved in that.
We have a list prepared of the hearsay. within the medical records. However, we weren't on notice that we were discussing this exhibit at this point. So
Well, Judge, it was
we were
like-
prepared to do it yesterday, but our paralegal with that list has just departed for the day. So we're trying to get hold of the list so we can discuss it in a more informed fashion.
Well, then this is going to go well, Judge. The other exhibit we want to put in is the Lori Children's Hospital record, 3032, which is only 249 pages. But again, it's the admission to the Lori Children's Hospital from 2011 to 2015 that are clearly relevant. They're medical records, and we'd like to put them in.
The same objection, Judge. Yes, a lot of them are statements for the purposes of medical analysis. That's an exception to hearsay. But there's also a tremendous amount in there of just back and forth of people that are not talking about particularly any of Maya's statement about medical treatment. And again, there was a ton of just sort of thrown out opinion in there, including from nurses and physical therapists and people that have no background training or experience and would never be allowed in the court of law to form a diagnosis on any of that.
Well, the reality is, I mean, I'm not offended by the concept of putting in medical records.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And so what I'll do is I'll give you the opportunity to get your paralegal to have a specific discussion. If you can point to specific pages that you're talking about,
sure,
I'll look at that. But as a general rule, medical records, I had no problem with them coming in.
And we stipulated to an awful lot of them, Judge.
Not these, because they're on our list.
Well, I will say that the continuation of whether things are stipulated or not is continuing.
Okay. How about 3048, the Venice Regional Medical Center records?
What's the date? What's the date of admission?
I'm sorry, I don't have that from you.
Is this Dr. Mendez or Melendez?
Venice Regional Medical Center.
Is this Dr. Melendez?
You're asking me a question I can't answer, Mr. Anderson. I'm looking for it. Okay. Let's get that one. Let's see. How about 3035, Moore's Children's Hospital records?
Is all of this having to do with the same paralegal who's not here?
How many pages is in the Moore's record?
253.
Yes, Your Honor.
We have to get records.
Part of it's in a couple pages of it that were relevant material and discussed.
Oh, yeah, it's beyond. Let's skip that. How about Dr. Mendez records, 3031?
So we're still on everything from yesterday.
Yes, these are all medical records. We're going to play depositions, Judge, today of medical doctors. One's from Tampa General. One's for, I mean, I don't think they're critical that they go in before we play the deposition being shown. No, but we'd like to get them in.
They're killing the mics because
We're not going to get any of that accomplished right now.
the court's order.
Menendez is a whole category unto himself, and we would object to portions of his deposition and have objected, although the court may well have overruled us for all we know, because I haven't checked the specific point. But our concern here is that this is an allergist who, after meeting with Beata Kowalski for approximately 45 minutes, comes up out of the blue with this must be Munchausen by proxy. Even though he can't diagnose and has no idea about CRPS, has no history, has no basis whatsoever,
We still have
he
cross.
just throws this out there. And that's the kind of thing that 403 was meant for, were these kind of circumstances where someone with no qualifications and no background training and experience, no foundation and no predicate in terms of investigating this, just starts throwing out a diagnosis in an area that he clearly has no clue about. So we object to his testimony coming in on that. He's a walking Dalbert challenge.
Judge, it's a
It's a walking Dalbert challenge?
Okay.
That doesn't.
At some point, the defense is allowed to defend themselves.
Why?
I know that was said tongue-in-cheek. The transcript will reflect that everyone's laughing. But the reality is, if he was a treating physician and has observations of Maya or the mom, then those are going to be relevant for the jury. If you feel he was inappropriate with his diagnosis, I am confident you are going to excel with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
But at the end of the day, I still have to let the jury hear all the information. So, is there anything else with respect to Dr. Menendez other than you disagree with his diagnoses?
No, I don't think there's a whole lot of hearsay within hearsay on that one.
Okay.
I think that's mostly for purposes of medical diagnosis. That's not a problem.
So it doesn't sound like there's anything else with Dr. Menendez. Now, what about his records? Is this something that you need your paralegal for, or are those records able to come in?
I'm hesitant to allow them to come in at this point. I don't know that it's going to make much difference to counsel because the court's going to allow apparently, and obviously the court has reviewed and ruled on the deposition. So I don't know that they need those in order to play it. We probably would prefer to take one more look at it since, again, it is fairly voluminous. And our big complaint is the same thing about random. I don't even know if we call it diagnosis. It's not really even a diagnosis.
That sounds like cross-examination. Everyone does.
Oh, what, Judge?
Cross-examination.
Judge, we do have one issue about a deposition that's being played today. Maybe we should move to that.
Okay.
I'll be brief, Your Honor. We have two depositions we're going to play to try to fill the rest of today after this one. There's only one we'd like reconsideration of a court's ruling, and if I could approach.
Okay. Who are we talking about?
Dr. Behar Posey. She's videotaped her deposition as she unfortunately passed away. It's one section from page 30 to 42 that it deals with alleged false allegations of child abuse.
It's giving me the 4 pages per one.
Do you mind if I direct you to? Well, you can take my copy.
No.
No, it's that it's not.
What's that?
He doesn't like minis.
My vanity gets me to not wear.
Can we put it up on the
reading
screen?
glasses. No, just bring it to me. My arms are long enough so I can be able to see.
Sorry.
I got my go-go gadget arms going on here.
Thank you to all the concerned. We do have the Colorado court recording properly. We're still in opening statements there. I think defense is just wrapping up their opening statement right now. I do need help on my Excel spreadsheet again.
You got a copy we can see?
You can have my copy.
I'm having trouble copying and pasting from it.
38 to 42.
38 to 42.
My concatenated
Page
results.
38, line 15 through 42, line 6. We did object to this. It was overruled. We'd like reconsideration.
So I allowed this in?
You did allow it in, and you'll see that all these questions are about the harms of false reporting.
If the court allowed it in,
Can I read it first real quick?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And remind me, Dr. Behar Posey's role.
She was the emergency physician in the ED on October 7th.
And it's on page 42, which?
My objection is to page 42, line 6.
Okay, so I've pasted the formula results. Now I need to copy them. and export them as an RTF.
Do you happen to have my rulings from that deposition?
I do, Your Honor.
So I can kind of see where I was.
Yes, you want me to have them, you want the DIN?
Well, yeah, that I can pull it up that way.
If I'm not having an issue over it, good faith of the two, then why?
Your ruling was September 12th, 2023. I'm looking for the DIN, Your Honor. And it was filed September 12th, 2023. I'm looking for the DIN. This one, or you can put up on the screen.
We'll withdraw any objection. Their objection. What's their objection?
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Okay, here we go. Paste. Switch it around so that the number comes first. That's a little easier to read.
Looks like it's DIN 3371.
Just paste your remote desktop link. We'll take care of it for you. Okay, that's greeners. You and the scammers from foreign countries that try to get me to install any PC or whatever.
Well, it looks like there was only an objection to lines 18 through 21 on page 35. I don't see there was any objection made for the other pages. Well, actually, at 40, this line at page 40 there was. I take that back. 40 at 17.
And to the extent we inadvertently failed to make the objection on the predicate questions in advance, we would like the court to consider that objection.
Okay. Well,
it's not timely.
It looks like you didn't designate objections to page 38, 39 at all. So it looks like you started it at page 40, line 17. So
we would respectfully request the court to rule on an objection that we're now making, understanding that we are making it for the first time now on those predicate pages, Your Honor.
Your Honor, where did the objection that they made it? Page 40, line 17.
Their first objection in the area they're talking about right now was on page 40, line 17.
And that continues through how far did they?
Page 42, line 7, which is where Mr. Shapiro.
We respectfully, Your Honor, would ask that you
Yes.
let us make an untimely objection.
The relevance has been brought in by the defense's questioning of our witnesses, including the dissolution of marriages. They made an issue of the fact that at one point Jack and Beata filed for, made moves towards separation.
This is what I'm talking
Further
about.
down, it talks about damage to the child's psychological health from these issues. That is clearly relevant here since we have several witnesses discussing the trauma and PTSD. As far as
I rephrased the question there, and the second question is not objectionable at all. It looks like. How many cases? That's not to the form. Or that, if that is to the form. So it's just this objection that really
isn't about the report to the abuse hotline.
Well, true.
And the issue is whether, I've already found as a matter of law that there was reasonable cause to make the abuse hotline. So the hospital's immune.
Understood.
I disagreed with the case law that I had to apply, but I don't get the choice to avoid case law.
I understand that. Now, I'd just like to point out that Dr. Bahar Posey is unique because she treated Maya Kowalski in the emergency room before there was any report of child abuse.
Right.
So her opinions about a diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy, given her extensive background with these issues, is relevant. That she didn't see anything of concern is relevant regardless of reporting. Her credentials, her background, it's very important that she didn't see anything of concern in what she observed in the emergency room. She handed over the patient, and then other doctors, less informed, did what they did.
And we have a medical malpractice account in there about diagnosis.
Well, but are you suggesting that on the date in the emergency room, this doctor was supposed to have understood everything there is about CRPS and be able to synthesize that? And then where do these questions go about her, I guess, tenure as a medical director in Hillsborough County? What does that have to do with medical malpractice?
Well, Judge, in this instance, it's more about the decision to change a diagnosis that had been accepted by Johns Hopkins for at least the prior 6 months and arguably more in one evening. And we believe that her testimony as to the analysis process and what needs to go into it is relevant material to that.
Yeah. I think just like I did yesterday for you, and I said I probably need to reconsider. I think I'm going to reconsider this, and I'll exclude. Now, I was never provided 38 through 40, so that looks to be sum and substance of 40, line 17 through 42, line 7. So why don't we cut 38, line 15 through 42, line 6.
May I approach to retreat?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Because it doesn't go to an issue in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll have that edited and ready to play. Do you have that clip?
So is our
defense gets a little win
witness
there.
ready to go?
I just went to look. She's in the hallway.
Okay. Can we go grab her and let's put her on the witness stand? Let's grab the jury and bring in the jury.
This is crazy. Let me just say for the record, can you guys, I'm not sure if you, no, you can't see this. I can't just put a share document out there and let everyone fix it for me. So, all I need is just to have an RTF file with the list that I've got. Then I can load up my teleprompter. But oh wait.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. Okay, members of the jury, did you have a good lunch? Yes. Glad to hear that. I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You received no information. Is that all correct? And did anyone approach you about this case? Did anyone see any media snippets about this case? Okay. We're going to get the witness. Is that correct? Yep. The deputy went, yeah. Maybe she went to the restroom?
Maybe she ran.
There she is. Well, welcome back.
Welcome back to you.
Thank you.
How was your lunch?
It was very short.
Oh, well, sorry to hear that.
At least I got about 4 bites today, so I want to confirm you understand you are still under oath.
I understand completely.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, you may begin your cross-examination.
May it please the court. Ms. Nyhouse, on direct examination, you testified that you never saw Maya in pain. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you also testified, if I remember correctly, that you put everything down.
It's Nias.
I'm so sorry. Ms. Nias.
Thank you.
You put everything down of significance in your notes. Is that right?
I put down everything that I witnessed and saw.
Right. And you had, in fact, previously testified that somebody saying that they were in pain is a sign that they're in pain. Have you not?
Say that again?
You have said previously that someone saying they're in pain, that they are in pain, is a sign that they are in pain. Right?
I don't believe I said it like that, no.
Well, remember your deposition of November 18th, 2020? You were sworn to tell the truth? You remember that?
Vaguely.
Right. And I asked you a series of questions about how much you knew about rating pain. You recall that?
You say rating pain? Yes.
Check the extent that you don't know what page number or page and line, please.
Sure. Page 130, beginning at line 9.
The witness is now a copy of the transcript. And it's improper.
I can show it to her if she wants.
You show it to her,
May I approach?
You may.
Could, ma'am, read from yourself, line 9 there, down to 8, the next page.
Says, line number 9 says, question, are you telling the jury that your ability to ask somebody...
yourself.
Oh, sorry.
This is quiet reading time, not group read.
I never stated that I was an expert.
If you look 3 questions before that, I believe you said you had training in it.
I do. I've been trained, yes, as an EMTI.
And when asked about that training and what it was that let you know if someone was in pain by that training, you said by asking them, right?
That's one way to ask somebody if they're in pain or to find out, yes.
Right. And their response then, according to you, would be relevant as to whether or not they're in pain. True?
That could be true.
Mike.
Do what?
You can move the microphone a little bit. So.
Is this better?
Yes. Thank you.
Now, if I may, I'd like to, if I may approach Your Honor.
I think she already has a copy of the deposition.
No, this is the deposition, excuse me, Your Honor. This is the Safe Children Coalition visit observation form from October 24th, 2016.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Does she still have a copy?
No,
Do you have a copy of that?
She's not. Here, great.
He's got one here.
We've got 4 copies here.
Everybody gets a copy.
Here, I'll send her all 4, Greg.
Okay.
All 4 here.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you.
May Mr. Whitney approach? Little lady. All right. So, ma'am, if you would turn to, I think it's the 3rd page in, and tell me then whether Maya told you on 1, 2, 3, 4 occasions that she was in pain.
Where exactly?
All right. Well, if you look at the bottom of the first paragraph here, not the half one on the top. The last 3 lines on the top paragraph. Kowalski asked Maya how she was feeling.
We'll check the extent of
You said the 3rd page, correct?
Mr. Anderson, this document's not in evidence, so
Oh, I know.
not read from it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm just trying to orient the witness.
If you need to, you can approach her and point it out.
All right.
This is the 3rd page.
Right there.
Mr. Kowalski asked Maya how she had been feeling, and she stated not good, and I asked her what not good meant. She stated that she meant she is hurting. I asked her where. Maya stated all over. The father lifted Maya up out of her wheelchair and placed...
Can't reading into number 2 here. If you look, that's the beginning word there.
Jill Kennedy.
On the list for the next visit.
Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here.
Maya pointed to her right forearm, stating her old ID site hurts bad.
Down the bottom here, last 3 lines.
Maya stated that she attended physical therapy.
We'll object to the extent we're having a witness read something that's not in evidence. Does reviewing your notes refresh what you saw and heard?
Yes,
And in Declaration of Pain number 3, does it refresh your recollection that Maya stated the parallel bars hurt too much?
Same objection. Just let's finish this. Go ahead and answer the question.
That's what she said, physical therapy, yes.
Top of the next page, second and third line down.
What did you want me to read?
Well, just read to yourself, if I may, Your Honor.
Why don't you just point it out to her so she can read it?
No, I see it. What do you want me to read?
To yourself.
Again, we'll object to having the witness read. Yeah, what I want you to do is, you can read your note. If it refreshes your recollection of what you saw and heard, and then answer his questions, hopefully without reading your note.
Okay, what is your question now?
Would you agree with me now that at least 4 instances in your report, Maya Kowalski stated either she was in pain or that she was hurt or hurting?
She stated that the physical therapy to help her was hurting her, yes, and she stated that she sometimes sleeps and wakes up with pain.
And more than that?
And then what?
And more than that?
What do you mean and more than that?
An old IV site?
Oh, the old IV site that she got in Mexico.
Really hurt?
She didn't say really. She said that it hurt.
That's not an IV site, ma'am. And then...
That's exactly what she said.
Then on the bottom there, what is it? Just a refresh your recollection as to what Maya stated about whether or not she's hurting.
In the last paragraph?
No, ma'am. The bottom of right here.
You could go and
Show her again.
You're on a different page. Didn't I just read this?
overruled. You can finish.
This is the same thing I just read.
Does this indicate, again, that Maya said she's not doing good, that she was hurt?
Mr. Anderson, this is all about refreshing her recollection.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes, this is what I just said that she said.
And so Maya did state she was in pain.
She did. However, she didn't display any signs of pain. Not once. She played like a normal little girl.
Okay. But if telling you you're in pain is a sign of pain, she gave you 4 different signs she was in pain. Did she not?
She stated at 4 different times that she was in pain. Physical therapy that the hospital gave her to help her, She stated that she was in pain from an old IV site that she got while she was in Mexico. She stated that she woke up in pain, and she stated, I can't remember what the first thing was, that she hurt. However, just somebody saying that and not showing you any signs or other symptoms that she's in pain is not an actual portrayal in my EMT profession to be the whole picture of pain.
Ma'am, all I ask you is whether 4 times Maya expressed that she was in pain in your report of October 24th.
I said yes. I read them to you.
Let's look then at your next one. We might. Your October 27th report. May I approach you, Mark?
You may.
So you're on the second page. At the bottom of this paragraph. See here?
Mm-hmm.
Does that refresh your recollection that Maya said she was in pain all over?
Maya did say that, yes.
Let's look again at the next page. Bottom paragraph here.
The ASMR is bad, but the questions are good. This is crazy.
I documented that the RN nurse...
Let me ask a question, ma'am. Does that refresh your recollection that Maya mentioned that she was in pain when you first arrived?
Say that again?
Does this refresh your recollection that Maya told you when you came in that she was in pain when you first arrived?
Maya did not mention any pain throughout the visit except for when we first arrived.
Right. And somebody came in to give her tramadol. Do you know what tramadol is, ma'am?
I do.
That's a pain medication, right?
Correct.
And during the course of this, did you have Charlotte Laporte, with you?
At this visit?
Yes.
I do not believe Charlotte was with me during this visit.
All right. So during the November visit, was she with you?
Juror number 12 is smirking at this witness.
If you recall.
According to Jules.
November 4th?
Yes.
Yes, Charlotte was with me.
And was she trained also to take down observations of pain?
I can't speak to what the case manager has been trained for.
Have you reviewed any of her notes to see whether she, at the same time you said she was not in pain, she found she was in pain?
I do not believe that I read Charlotte's notes, no.
You also said that you believed that Maya's feet never turned in. Is that right?
I didn't say never.
Okay. Well, did you not say on 2 or 3 occasions when you came there, Maya's feet were flat on the floor, she did not have her feet turned in, things of that nature, on direct examination?
I stated that Maya's feet were in the correct anatomically position except for the time that she said to her father about her feet and she turned them inward.
Mm-hmm. And you recall at that point there was a little discussion about taking photographs. You took one?
I'm required to.
And Jack Kowalski took 2. Is that right?
No, I took the photos for Mr. Kowalski.
Uh-huh. The one you took did not show her feet, did it?
I'm not required to take a picture of her feet. I was required to take a picture of her.
All right.
That's not my job,
The ones
sir.
that Mr. Kowalski took, or you took with Mr. Kowalski's camera, did show her feet. Her in the Harlequin outfit showing her feet.
I don't recall the photo. I know that I took 2 photos.
We show they're in evidence, Your Honor. First, 2571-004.
If it's in evidence, yes.
Do you see her feet turning inward there?
I see her feet not straight.
Can we show the next one? I forgot the number. It's in evidence, though. Do you see
them.
her feet?
Yes.
Do they appear to be turned in?
I don't recall. I know that she was moving her feet around to steer herself around that room.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what dystonia is, ma'am?
Yes.
Do you know that it's when someone's feet or arms or hands go into a position and lock there?
I've heard of that, yes.
That's exactly what Maya had on that day, isn't it?
No, Maya was moving around the room freely with her feet, steering herself around the room.
My question is simply, was Maya Kowalski, if you know what dystonia is, Maya Kowalski displaying dystonia?
I don't believe she's displaying dystonia.
Right. Are you a doctor?
I am not.
Are you a psychologist?
I am not.
Are you a pain management specialist?
I am not.
This is just your opinion on what is dystonia and what's not dystonia, is that right?
This is my opinion on how she was moving around the room freely using her feet to steer a
I'm simply asking
wheelchair.
you whether or not it was, whether or not the pictures reveal here that she had dystonia at the time you said she didn't.
I can't testify to whether she has dystonia or not. I'm not a doctor.
Right.
I'm testifying to the fact that she moved her feet around freely.
Ma'am, do you think that CRPS involves paralysis?
That what?
That CRPS involves paralysis.
I don't know enough about CRPS.
So why are you spending all the time mentioning whether she can move herself around with her hands and feet in her wheelchair?
Because I was trained to document as a police officer, to record every single detail and observe and report and monitor her safety, and that's what I did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did, and you asked a number of questions throughout each one of these, right?
I did ask questions, yes.
This was Jack Kowalski's time with his daughter, was it not?
Correct.
And you asked enough questions to take up 3.5 to 4 pages, is that right?
That's not accurate at all.
Well, where else would you get the information, ma'am?
I did not spend 3 or 4 pages during each visit asking questions. I sat there for the most part quietly and took notes.
Did Jack Kowalski not ask you on more than one occasion for extra time because they had to respond to so many of your questions?
Jack Kowalski never said that he wanted more time because he had to respond to so many of my questions.
Did he
asked
you for
more
time?
Visits with his child.
Did he ask you for more time?
He asked for more visits with his child.
And you also said that Maya was happy through the entire time. Is that right?
Yes.
Did it come to your attention on several occasions she was crying?
Maya never had tears. She whined when her dad was leaving.
Maya made crying sounds at the end of the visit?
And no tears were seen.
You could tell whether or not she had tears?
Yes.
All right. Isn't it true, ma'am, that throughout this, Maya was complaining that she was not happy? In fact, she was not able to sleep.
Maya brought up not being able to sleep once, and she said she wakes up sometimes.
Mm-hmm. And she said not happy.
Correct. She did state she's not happy.
So which is it? Is she happy or not happy?
Can you show me exactly where I wrote she's not happy so I can put it in the correct context, please?
And while I'm finding this, didn't she tell you on more than one occasion the hospital staff don't care or doesn't care?
I don't recall.
Again, take a look at your visit of 11/4/2016 at the very middle of the page under where it says mermaid picture. Second page.
I see it.
Does Maya express to you that the hospital staff doesn't care?
The proper impeachment treated from a topic of evidence. Sustained.
I see it, yes.
It was sustained. She should
Does that refresh your recollection of Maya stating that she believed the hospital staff doesn't care about her?
Maya stated that, yes.
Your view was that the staff did care.
Absolutely, the staff cared.
How many of the staff? Well, I don't see here any interviews of the staff. Did you interview all the staff?
When you refer to staff, who exactly?
I don't know. The social workers and the nurses around.
I spoke with the social workers. I also spoke with the three, I don't know if they were RNs that came in the room. Yes.
And where is that documented, what they said?
Give me a moment.
She is seething.
The third page, November 4th at the top of the page.
Where were you saying?
The third page, November 4th, 2016, at the top of the page. It starts, 3 nurse practitioners came in.
Okay.
She said
where's the interview where you ask any one of them all about how Maya's doing?
They stated that Maya is a completely different person, that she's doing well.
I'm simply asking you where it is that you put down the substance of an interview.
I didn't interview them. They were speaking to everybody in the room on how well she's doing. That she's a completely different person.
And I believe you just testified that Maya never had tears in her eyes, right?
Correct. Maya did not have tears in her eyes.
Take a look at November 4th, 2016, and go down to the right above the center of the page. I can show you if I may approach. To refresh your recollection.
Okay, so defense has tried over and over to object to let this lady rebalance, recenter, and she is not. She is keyed up, and Anderson is playing perfectly.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Where you have it highlighted, I see it, yes.
Where you have it highlighted.
Did you in fact put in your report that Maya had tears in her eyes? Yes or no?
I don't see that, no.
You don't see the line?
That you just showed me, no. It says Maya wanted to go home. Father said she's getting stronger.
That's not it. Right here.
That's what you were just showing me. I did write that she had tears in her eyes.
So that's,
I did not recall that.
3 times you told the jury something and it wasn't correct?
Boom.
Objection, argument, sustained.
Haven't you said 3 times different? Strike it. Did you not tell the jury that Maya never said she was in pain, never was in pain, and in fact put in the report on multiple occasions that she was stating she was in pain?
Sustained.
He doesn't.
I stated that Maya did not.
That's all right. All right.
No answer needed. The juror heard that. The jury's heard that, and they see this.
Again, did you review Charlotte Laporte's report of November 4th when she came with you?
I don't recall reviewing her report at all.
Well, is there anywhere in your report of November 4th, your report, where you document that Maya said that she had been dropped on a couple of occasions and it hurt her?
I recall that conversation. I don't know if it was on the 4th.
Okay. And that she was not happy and not able to sleep because she was in pain. Did you document that?
All in the same sentence? Because I don't think it was the same sentence, but I recall those, yes.
And finally, I think you put into your report that there was a video camera over Maya's room?
I did. When I entered the room, I observed the camera.
And so you've made a lot of allegations here about Maya's ability to move around. Did you ever ask for any video from that camera?
I believe I asked... Did you say answer?
Yes.
I believe I asked one of the staff members at All Children's if the video had been, or if the camera had been monitoring the room, and I believe they stated that it was, but they were going to move her because she didn't require the need, or she didn't need to be videoed any longer.
Well, why would they not? Didn't the nurse confirm to you that the camera was in fact recording video and sound in the room?
Calls for your sake.
Overruled. You can answer.
I said yes.
Where's the video? Did you ask for it?
I believe I informed the supervisors at Child Protection that the room was being video recorded and that they could possibly ask for those videos, yes.
Well, this is October 24th.
Say that again?
Don't worry about it. Did you ever get back from Johns Hopkins, through any means, any video that confirms the things you're saying here?
I did not observe any video.
Jana, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Good to have you here.
And in terms of where you got your information for all of these things, it's safe to say that you weren't living at the hospital through this period of time, correct?
I don't understand the first part of your question.
You were there for about, counted it up, 7 to 7.5 hours on 4 occasions over the course of 2 weeks. True?
Correct.
The rest of the time, you have no idea what was going on, do you?
I was not at the hospital other than those 4 times.
And in those 4 times, you gathered information from the hospital, did you not?
Yes.
Your witness.
Wow.
No questions at this time.
No questions.
Members
Get her off
of
the stand.
Jury, do any of you have any questions?
I can tell you that right now I can read minds, and I can tell she's thinking some pretty mean, naughty words about Mr. Anderson. So, Jenna, welcome to the gallery. You said that already, but Amanda as well. Welcome to the gallery. Good to have both of you joining us as new members. Welcome, Jenna and Amanda, please, everybody. Thank you very much, Jana. Excuse me, I called you Jenna. Pardon me, Jana. Yeah, she was. Lockjaw had set in. That was tough.
The jury, in the light of the number of questions, I think what I'm going to do is go to your room.
We're back up.
Discuss this case amongst yourselves, see after the investigation and receive information.
We have another ream of questions. A ream of questions. Carol Anciano, welcome to the gallery as well. Thank you so much. Help yourself to the emojis and make sure you take a seat on the front row by typing !seat. We have reserved seating for members. And also, no slow chat restrictions for members as well. So there's another one. Shots fired. Shots fired, says Ugly Betty.
Is it Nevis?
Yes, me plus us.
Nevis. If I could have you wait just outside.
Did you want me to leave this here?
Yes, ma'am. You can leave all that there.
Yes, go outside, get a drink, cool off a little bit. Holy cow. Yes, she's not having a good day.
The witnesses now out of our presence are probably going to have to come up so you can look at the paperwork. But the first question in the Harley Quinn picture. How many charms are on that bracelet? Did you see evidence of lesions or abrasions at the point of contact?
No objection.
No objection.
Okay, so on red number 2, What was the reason the observations were stopped?
I don't know that they were.
Jean Byers, welcome to the gallery.
Why she didn't go back?
Well, she knows. She doesn't know, but I'm ask her.
Let's see, we've got Jill Kennedy. We had Jana,
Going to get to a court order, Judge. I don't
Amanda,
There's no court order on that.
Caroline
Her
Ciano,
observations, or are we talking about? I don't know if the question was asking her
Jean Byers.
supervision or the
All of you,
observations that were being made by the video recording allegedly.
I don't know, Judge. My concern is that it's asking why did she stop going? She only went for 4 visits, and I think that goes in court orders.
And if it has to do with video monitoring, I don't think the witness would have to.
I think this has to do with her observations. Why did she stop going after I asked a series of questions about 4 over the course of 2 weeks?
Okay. Well, she was brought in to talk about her observations. So the fact that she stopped coming, if it was at the behest of the dependency court or the DCF, or
I don't know why. I don't know the answer, Judge. I just, because of the court's rulings, just raising the specter that I don't know what her answer is going to be, and it could possibly be entering into that. Right.
Please the court and help the court. The witness has told me before that she went there. She was told to go there. Supervisor told her to go. She went.
the jury's asking a question that might open the door.
About that one. Let's go on to the next
Judge is
one.
thinking it over.
Sissy Z,
number
welcome.
3,
you were asked on your observations of Maya and gave your description. Are you asserting to this juror that during that first visit that Maya and Kyle and possibly Jack were occupied with themselves in a, I think it's giddy, in oblivious way while your team searched through the room, bags, fridge, and confiscated items and removed items, or was there any signs of questions or resistance from Maya/Jack?
No objection.
That's a big question.
We object. This is argumentative. It asserts facts, not evidence. It goes to what DCF perceptions are in terms of what was taken, what was not.
Well, the biggest concern, I'm sorry, is that this is this juror's interpretation of evidence, Judge.
No.
And they're confusing things between the first, as to who removed stuff. And
the defendants brought out that information, and it was an issue before the jury as to her ability to observe. And it's a factual question. How were they reacting to her going through the room? And it also goes to her ability to perceive things if she's preoccupied doing that.
I'm going to overrule the defendant's objection. I will ask that one. Let's move on to red number 4. There's a couple questions on this one. Your testimony for your 4 occasions to observe Maya portrays Maya as having some physical difficulties but able to move about and get around via her wheelchair. Is that correct? So far in this trial, the jury has been presented with a plethora of photos and videos of Maya taken by both the parents and staff at JHatch. Does your team, you, or the hospital possess any photos or videos to corroborate your testimony?
No objection.
We've seen all the pictures, and we believe the plaintiff. Do you guys have anything to support your side?
Red number 5.
Whoa, this is just crazy. Thanks to all those who are gifting memberships. American Dreamer.
There's a parentheses, a fellow retired law enforcement officer inquires in parentheses. You several times referred to a reported, quote, pain, end quote, was from an old Mexico IV. Am I incorrect in believing that whatever pain is being reported by Maya should be documented and acted upon, or am I to then believe, quote, old injuries, end quote, are not to be considered in Maya's case? Please educate me as to the proper train of thought I should be in.
I don't think that's a question for the adjourn?
I think that's a
for the
real hard
witness?
one, Judge. I think that was appropriate.
Yeah. So it sounds like both are objecting and the court would sustain.
Fun and Funky as well, gifted a membership. K-Cat gifted 5 memberships as well.
Red number 6. Is it your testimony that a young girl is, quote, happy, end quote, to be away from her family in a hospital? Or is she happy to be happy? Yeah. Or is she happy to be having a visit with her family? Next question. Are you saying that a person is not in pain if they say they are in pain if you do not think you see symptoms of pain? As a person that works in the healthcare profession, are you not to believe what a patient says their pain is? Did you not say her room was completely organized? In the photo we just saw, the couch was not organized, neither was the floor or her tray table. What part of her room was organized?
All fair.
No objection.
All fair. The jury is on it. Let's see, the last one we got Doggy Mom as well, gifted a membership. Thank you so much.
First question, did CPI check investigator Beata before taking Maya, and what did they find? Next question, do you know what CRPS is and what are the symptoms are, and have you been trained on how CRPS pain react to patients?
No objection.
We have to object to the first one based on
the first one?
Yeah. Based on the instructions of defense counsel to move it along and get away from the CPI, CPT discussion.
I don't think she can speak to the CPI.
That's fine.
No, we agreed at number 1 is not.
Okay, it sounds like there's a unanimous decision on not to ask the first question, and I agree with that decision not to ask it, and we will ask the other one.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't recall the second one.
Here it is. So that leaves us just back with red number 2. What was the reason the observations were stopped? What do you think she's going to say?
Do we want to review that with the witness?
I'm going to do that, but I want to know what you all think she's going to say.
I think she's going to say that observation stopped once Maya was released from shelter.
I think she's going to say that there was other people within her organization that took over, and she was only there for some of them.
Your Honor, may I comment? I'm sorry. I think the difference is it went from supervised visits to unsupervised visits, and that's a court order. I think that's why they were stopped. But I don't know.
Okay. Let me bring her in and I'll ask her only that one question.
If we have some follow-up questions, can I ask Ms. Crowell's anything about unexpected some issues with my throat?
They want to voir dire their own witness.
Well, if you're sick, then I know you were sick the other day, so if you feel like you need to leave, yes.
It's my throat. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Can someone grab the witness?
Mr. Hughes is not feeling better. He's going to walk out past the witness and be like, "I'm out of here. See ya. You're on your own." Oh man, this is fantastic. Amy H51 gifted 5 memberships as well. You guys are so generous.
The jury has a whole bunch of questions, but there's one I want to hear your answer to before I bring the jury back in. Okay, and feel free to sit down.
Okay, thank you.
What was the reason your observations were stopped?
Oh, I believe the case transitioned over to where there was a case manager assigned, so my position in it, I just wasn't needed anymore.
I couldn't hear the answer.
I stated that I believe the case transitioned between CPI and the Safe Children Coalition, so my position as one of the safety managers in the interim was no longer needed.
Okay, if she sticks to that,
I don't have any objection to that answer.
judge should tell her to use that
objection
to say that answer.
I'm going to just remind you in front of the jury that you're still under it. Okay? Let's bring in the jury. Yes, sir. Madam Clerk,
Mr. Hughes was feeling sick. His throat was bothering him, and he's losing his voice. So he asked the judge for permission to swap horses midstream, so to speak, and have a different attorney cover for him. And everyone's like, "Yeah, please leave. Quit coughing on us. You're making us sick." So he's gone now.
Okay, please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And that no one approached you about this case while you were away on that break? Correct. And you did not see any media write-ups about this case or any clips or anything like that? Correct. Okay, and ma'am, the jury has a series of questions. I just want to remind you that you're still under oath, okay?
I understand.
The first question, in the Harley Quinn picture, how many charms are on that bracelet?
I would have to see the photo again.
Why don't we bring up the photo?
Dog Mom just gifted 5 more memberships. They're flying out the door. This is crazy. You guys are so generous. She's counting.
On the bracelet?
005 is much closer.
Okay. Apparently 005.
Are you speaking to the ankle bracelet?
I guess so.
I cannot tell.
Okay. Well, here's the next question. Did you see any evidence of any lesions or abrasions at that point of contact?
Where her bracelets are? No, I did not.
Thank you. Next question. What was the reason that your observations stopped?
Because my position with the Safe Children Coalition, the case had transitioned from CPI to the Safe Children Coalition, so my services as a safety manager were no longer needed. It was assigned to somebody else.
The next question. You were asked on your observations of Maya and gave your description. Are you asserting to this jury that during that first visit you had that Maya and Kyle and possibly Jack were occupied with themselves in a giddy and oblivious way while your team searched through the room, bags, fridge, and confiscated items and removed items? Or was there any signs of questions or resistance from Maya or Jack?
Can you read that again, please?
Are you asserting to this jury that during that first visit that Maya and Kyle and possibly Jack were occupied with themselves in a giddy and oblivious way while your team searched through the room, bags, fridge, and confiscated items and removed items? If you can answer that.
I can. They were enjoying themselves, playing, having a time. Her and Kyle were wrestling. I would call it keep away from this one toy in the game. I would not describe my teammates and I searching the room in any kind of way that it was asked there. It was a casual open the refrigerator door. As safety managers and child protection investigators, it is a standard practice to open up a refrigerator anytime you enter a home or area where this child's safety might be in question. It was just more of a open and shut, and the items that he brought with him, that was handled outside of the room.
Was there any signs of questions or resistance from Maya or Jack?
No.
The next question.
You just opened her fridge and stole her cake?
Your testimony for your 4 occasions to observe Maya portrays Maya as having some physical difficulties, but able to move about and get around via her wheelchair. Is that correct?
My observations, I strongly believe that she moved around freely without limitations.
Her police training should have told her that opening anything closed is searching.
So far in this trial, the jury has been presented with a plethora of photos and videos of Maya taken by both the parents and staff at Johns Hopkins Hospital. does your team, you or the hospital, possess any photos or videos to corroborate your testimony?
All the pictures say otherwise.
They're asking if I took photos to corroborate my testimony?
If you or your organization have photos to corroborate your testimony.
I took photos of the letters and the checks and the food. I photographed the refrigerator. I required to take a picture of Maya to upload into the state computer FizFin. And my notes are very, very detailed. I took a report writing class in college, and I was assigned to just document everything that I saw, whether it was just some minute detail or something of importance. I just documented everything that I saw. I did my job and what I was assigned to do by Child Protection and the Safe Children Coalition.
Next question. Is it your testimony that a young girl is, quote, happy, end quote, to be away from her family in a hospital? Or is she happy to be having a visit with her family?
Maya stated that she was happy to be away from her mother's anger on one instance, which is documented in my notes, and she was also happy to see Mr. Kowalski and Kyle.
Are you saying that a person is not in pain if they say they are in pain if you do not think you see symptoms of pain? As a person that works in the healthcare profession, are you not to believe what a patient says their pain is?
I'm stating that a person can say that they're in pain, and the person evaluating you would say, where? Does this hurt? Does this hurt? She would verbalize that, but she literally showed no signs of any kind of pain. She roughhoused just like my grandson, like your children. She did all of that, and I don't want to say never, I do not recall her ever once saying, ouch, don't do this. Kyle, get off of me. Hey, let's not wrestle and do this. Mr. Kowalski did not stop this roughhousing. He just let it go on. When I thought that her safety was in question when she bent way down to the floor, Mr. Kowalski didn't state, hey, don't do that, you could hurt yourself. None of that happened. They were playing like brother and sister and happy to see one another. When somebody says they're in pain, you should also ask other questions or see other signs or symptoms of them being in pain. Doctor pushes on your abdomen, you go, ow, okay, that's that. They said they were in pain, now it hurts here. So you need more information before you can state about all of this pain. She never once pushed her nurse's button and asked for any pain medication. All of the visits, what did he state, over 7 hours? She never once pushed a button and said, hey, I'm in pain, can I have something? Absolutely nothing.
The next question from the jury. Did you not say her room was completely organized? In the photo we just saw, the couch was not organized, neither was the floor or her tray table. What part of her room was organized?
The part of her room over to the left side of the bed by the window. She had all of her shoes lined up by the chair and far under the chair. I'm not sure what photos they've seen.
Next question from the jury. Do you know what CRPS is and what the symptoms are, and have you been trained on how CRPS pain reacts to patients?
I am not a doctor. I've not been trained in CRPS. To be honest with you, I would have to sit down and Google it. It's a complex pain disorder. I know a very, very basic knowledge of it. I believe it stands for chronic repetitive pain syndrome. That's
nailed it.
My basic knowledge. I would have to Google it.
That completes the asking of the jurors' questions. There were a couple I couldn't ask, but I asked most of them. Ms. Croyles, do you have any follow-up?
Just one, Judge. With respect to your role and observations that you made and that you documented in detail, you were there as an independent observer on behalf of CPI, correct?
That's correct. But
you were not associated with the hospital?
I'm absolutely not associated with the hospital. I was signed by Child Protection and the Safe Children Coalition, and I did what I was told to do by them.
Thank you.
That's the hospital saying,
Any
she's not us.
further
She's not
questions
us.
from the plaintiffs?
Yes, Your Honor. So you said that Maya, through all this, never complained of any pain. She never complained of any pain the whole time you're there, right?
I thought we just went over all of this.
Okay. What about when somebody touched her, like touched her leg or something? Did you testify that that wouldn't bother her?
I can't tell you what would bother Maya or not.
Isn't that what you just testified about? What bothers Maya and what does not?
I would not describe it as that, no.
Well, in fact, it sounded like you were almost making an argument rather than coming in as an independent witness, didn't it? No, it's not.
Sustained.
You felt the need to throw in every single fact you could possibly think of, regardless of whether or not it was responsive to the question, didn't you?
I'm going to overrule that one. You can answer that one.
I have no hidden agenda. I came in here and I described my job. That's it.
Isn't it true, in one of your reports, you documented that when one of the nurses tried to touch Maya's leg, that she, to test what pain level it was, she touched it lightly, and Maya squirmed and yelled, "Stop it, it hurts."
I don't recall that.
May I refer?
You may approach the witness.
It's Dr. Dew. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm glad we can have a little part of a fun conversation with, but oh my goodness. Big virtual hug. I am so sorry.
Your Honor, is he refreshing his memory?
Yes.
What date, please?
This is not my note, sir.
This is not your
That's
note?
Charlotte Laporte's note.
Okay, so why would Charlotte Laporte document that in her report? And let me show you your report from the exact same day.
Your Honor, first of all, I object to the last question. The answer needs to be stricken. He's referencing documents that are not in evidence.
The jury will disregard the question that Mr. Anderson was starting to ask.
Predicate, Your Honor.
What?
They're going to approach her really quickly and fight this out in front of the judge.
Your Honor,
Why don't you show
yes, please.
Sorry, I thought we gave you a copy.
Well, I don't know what. I can't see it from here, sir.
The audio is terrible right now. I do apologize.
This is.
Yeah, it's hers.
No.
Why don't you all come up here?
Just like, children, gather in front of me. Let me give you some direction. Oh my goodness. This is incredible. Clearly, Mr. Anderson does not want to let this witness off lightly. It's the end of the testimony, but he wants to get a few extra jabs in. He has been very effective on cross, even though he's been some of his comments have been objected to. It's gotten a point across to the jury, and it's helped them make connections that have resonated in my mind. So even though there are objections and objections and objections, and they're sustained, the damage is being done. So let's see where he goes here. He's clearly still trying to impeach the witness. I think he did a fairly good job of doing that in the eyes of the jury, where she testified one way, and then he proved through her reports that the opposite was the case. That was very effective. The way he did that, he's trying to do it one more time just to show that her reports were deficient, where one of the individuals who was present recorded something and she did not.
You may approach.
Mr. Laporte?
Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, what we just talked about.
Do you recall if you said anything in your report would refresh your recollection to see whether you said anything about someone touching Maya lightly and her?
I don't recall that.
May I approach? Would refresh your recollection to take a look at this?
She's like, bring it. Fine.
Just look at it to yourself.
Did you have a specific spot in here?
I was simply asking you, ma'am, if you had documented that a nurse practitioner had touched Maya lightly and she had reacted to that.
I don't recall, but I'll read through this real quick and look.
Spoiler alert, it's not in there. I'll tell you, we have some great postal workers here amongst us. Some of them are delivering mail as they listen and sometimes join us in chat.
Visit.
All I want to know is if you documented the same thing that
I don't.
Ms. Laporte documented
I
the
did not
exact same
read
day.
Ms. Laporte's report. I have no idea what she documented.
As we discussed.
I am asking her.
Yeah.
You're not asking what we just talked about.
Does your report, does that refresh your recollection as to whether you documented in your report a situation where Maya was touched and pulled away?
In the paragraph that I documented with the nurse practitioners.
It's just really a yes or no.
I'm not going to read it. I described how happy they were with how Maya was doing. They stated she was a completely different person. They talked about hunting for shark teeth on the beach. Mr. Kowalski even asked them to tell one of the doctors hello. I did not document anything about anybody touching Maya's leg in this report.
Or reacting by pulling away and saying it hurts.
I don't recall documenting that or seeing that.
Now,
this is the only instance with the nurses.
You were asked about photographs. You took one photograph of Maya and you testified you did not photograph her legs, right?
I took a photo of Maya, of her face, to upload in the state computer system. Then I took a couple of photos to be nice to Mr. Kowalski so he could take those photos home with him. I didn't specifically zoom in on Maya's leg. I took a picture of this man's little girl for him. That's what I documented and took a photo of.
Ma'am, all I'm asking you is, do you have any photographs, as asked by the jury, to document what you're saying, or film, or video, anything visual, to document the things that you're saying here?
I need you to be specific on what things I'm saying, but you want to know if I took a photo.
Maya being able to pull herself around the room, Maya's feet being straightened, Maya's ability to, I don't know, move her arms, all of the things you talked about that indicated to you that she was just fine. Where's the video? Where's the photograph?
I did not photograph her wrestling with her family and them having the visit with Mr. Kowalski. It was a family event. I was clearly there to document, which I did in very, very, very much detail, right down to what she ate. My notes speak for themselves. They're 100% accurate of my observations in over 7 hours with that little girl.
Move to strike is non-responsive to the basic question, Your Honor. My question was simple. It was a yes or no. Do you have photographs and video, or do you not?
I do not have photos of the events that I described. That would be inappropriate.
Inappropriate?
For a family visit when they're playing together as a family?
Do you recall whether the nurse advised you that you could go to Sally Smith to get recordings from the room?
I already testified to this.
No, you really didn't.
What's the legal basis for the objection?
What's the basis? We don't like it.
Scope, and I'm not sure where he's going, to be honest with you.
I'll overrule that one question.
Would it refresh your recollection for me to show you your report of October 24th, 2016 about that issue?
Sure. You're welcome to.
Same one.
What page is that?
It's page 2. And it's right here.
Page 3?
In the middle of the second article.
I see it.
Does that refresh your recollection?
This is what I've already stated. I've recalled it and stated it.
So you do recall now that Nurse Lindsay advised you that you could get any film or video you needed from Sally Smith?
I stated this already.
Well, thank you. But you have none here today. How long have you prepped to testify?
When was our deposition?
No. How long did you prep for this testimony?
Your Honor, object outside the scope.
No, she can answer.
I didn't keep track of the time, sir. I'm a very, very busy person and work extremely hard. This is probably the last thing on my plate.
Well, how many hours have you spent any time with the defense lawyers?
Any time. We've communicated via email on what they needed. Had my deposition. I still had my deposition from before.
Ma'am, I'm just asking you the last few days, have you been in contact with the defense counsel?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I don't recall.
That many?
I didn't say that many. I just specifically can't state how many times.
Okay, so it was more than 1 or 2? Can the jury say that?
Yes, more than 1 or 2.
3 or 4?
I don't recall.
How many? Well, this was yesterday or the day before. You can't recall how many times you talked to the defense counsel about your testimony.
I cannot testify under oath exactly how many times that I've spoken to them. More than 2 times.
Okay. More than 2 times in the last 2 days.
Is that a question?
Yes. Is it true? More than 2 times the last 2 days?
Yes.
Okay. And you were, I guess, critical of what? Maya for not asking for pain meds? That was part of your testimony?
I didn't say I was critical.
Well,
I did not state it was critical.
Weren't you trying to point out to the jury it was part of your conclusion about why you believe she wasn't in pain? Was that she didn't ask for pain meds?
No, I said the whole picture over 7 hours of observing this little girl and her little brother.
Again, ma'am, all I'm asking you is yes or no. Did you say that?
Judge, I object.
He can.
Okay, folks, you're going to have to let her answer the question. If you need to move to strike, you can move to strike.
I know why Mr. Hughes is sick now.
The courtesy of asking a complete question and hearing the complete answer.
May the witness be instructed to answer yes or no to a yes or no question, and then say whatever she wants after that.
I will ask you to actually answer the question that's asked.
Did you or did you not just tell the jury one of the things that concerned you about whether she was in pain was she did not hit the button to have pain meds sent in?
I cannot answer that as a yes or no because it's not just a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Is it that you can't remember saying it here in front of the jury?
It requires more description than just yes or no.
Well, the only question is whether in front of this jury, maybe it was for lunch, an hour ago, you said that to support your idea that Maya was not in pain.
I was
did you or did you not in here?
Idea, sir. I was describing what I saw.
I understand, ma'am. All I'm asking you as a predicate question is whether you remember stating that before the jury here today.
Stating what?
That one of the reasons you thought that Maya may not be in pain was she didn't punch the button for the nurse to get pain meds.
The way you worded that, no, I did not say that. That's not how I said that.
Okay. Well, are you aware then that Maya Kowalski was getting regular doses of tramadol?
I can tell you that
Were you aware of that?
I was aware of one time.
Okay, so you think it was only on this one time? Is that your conclusion?
I'm not here to think. I'm telling you what I saw.
Okay, and what is tramadol?
It's a pain med, like we said an hour ago.
It's an opiate pain med, is it not?
I don't know the definition of it. I couldn't tell you the contents of it. I know it's a pain medicine.
But in any event, Maya was receiving opiate pain meds during this period of time, at least once, right?
Maya received tramadol one time under my observation.
Do you know how much she took and when she took it in relationship to any of the scenes you report?
No, I can testify that the nurse came in the one time for tramadol.
And you were also concerned with Maya sitting crisscross applesauce, right?
With her saying that?
No, with you seeing that.
I observed and reported that she was sitting in an Indian-style position, crossing her legs on many, many occasions.
And this proved to you what?
When Maya sat Indian-style, she did not verbalize any signs of pain over and over the many times that she sat that way.
Do you have any training in physical therapy?
I would not call it training, sir.
Some?
I have been to many physical therapy appointments with patients and myself.
So you must be aware then, as two physical therapists have testified before this jury, that when a child has low back leg pain, that is the most comfortable position for them to avoid pain. Surely you know that.
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you know that a child with low back leg pain and leg pain often sits crisscross because that is the best way to prevent pain?
I've never heard that. Nobody informed me of that.
And finally, I think you testified that you, on her ankle bracelet, didn't see any lesions. Did you check the rest of her body to see if she had any lesions?
Sir, it's not in my job description to investigate Maya's entire body. No, I did not.
So you don't know whether she had lesions or not?
I do not.
And so should the jury take then that you put everything as 100% accurate right down to the tears in Maya's eyes?
I'm saying the jury should take into account that I spent over 7 hours with this little girl, and I documented what I saw in that time period.
And when you documented it, you got a lot of things wrong, didn't you?
When I documented it, my notes are wrong. I believe my notes are correct in what I observed.
Nothing further comment.
Anything further?
Just one question, Judge. With respect to your testimony here today and any conversations you had with the defense side, with the defense attorney, were you asking you to come in and tell the truth and testify what you observed?
Correct.
Leading.
And is that what you did?
Overruled, she can answer.
And is that what you did today, to the best of your
Absolutely, 110%.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Any follow-up on that one question?
No, Your Honor.
Any more jury questions?
Members of the jury, I see we've got more questions.
Yes, more questions. It's not over yet. You guys, it continues. It continues. The jury is stretching this out. The defense is Mr. Hughes is bailed. He has left the courtroom. Okay. I believe he was the one who was questioning this witness on direct, and midway through testimony, he's like, "I'm out, Judge. I'm just not feeling it today. I've got to go." He's sick. Poor man. I hope he gets better tomorrow. He was sick earlier as well. This witness, this has been a gold mine. Once again, another witness that seems to be all for the other side. He was called by the defense and is doing more good for the plaintiff than good for the defense, for sure. Mr. Anderson, is brutal. He is absolutely brutal in his questioning, and he pushes it. He does. He pushes it past what the judge allows, and the judge is frustrated and like, calm it down. The argumentative stuff, it needs to be dialed back a little bit. But he's scoring the points, and it's gonna. I mean, defense is dying over there. They're dying. Oh my goodness, she's gonna meet Anderson in the parking lot. Says sheesh. The whole getting her to end her testimony with "that's not my job" to actually figure out what's wrong with Maya. I just say that she's lying. Oh my goodness. Oh, it was beautiful. It was beautiful work. Clearly, we've got a lot more testimony to go, and I'm sure that the defense is going to put on some witnesses that do perform well. This one did not. This one did not perform well for them. Let's see. Probably not too many questions here from the jury. Just a couple. She's all out of lemonade. So, brutal questions, absolutely. Yes, Debbie, we love the jury asking questions. It gives us an insight to exactly what's going on. Jill Kennedy, I'm not sure if I mentioned this before. Welcome to the gallery. I think it's just stuck on my screen forever.
Hey, and members of the jury, just as a reminder, all documents that are actually in evidence will be back with you. Those that are not in evidence will not be back. Ms. Nias, jury wants to know, were you paid to testify today?
Absolutely not.
So then we don't need to ask by whom or how much. Okay, and then that was the only question that I was actually able to ask defense. Are there any further follow-up?
No, no.
They're like, no, please excuse her.
None at this time,
May this witness speak?
See that eye roll? Did you see that eye roll?
She released from subpoenas, or she still need to be under subpoena?
She's released, maybe excused.
I go.
I would leave now. Okay, let's see here. We came back in at 1:40, so we're about an hour and 20 minutes. Do you have something really short, or is...
We have 2 video depositions. One runs about 50 minutes, one runs about an hour 10.
So you heard that. Do you want to take a break now? Do you want to do the 50-minute one now and then take a break? You want 5 minutes now?
That's fine.
Oh, you want to do the 50-minute one? Okay, the jury is requesting to do the 50-minute deposition. Am I hearing that correctly? Okay, so tell us who you are calling, and I'll...
Which one's the shorter of the two?
Yeah, the jury doesn't make the requests.
I'm trying to figure out which one's the 50-minute one, Judge.
Well, that's okay. I'm just trying to figure out the lights.
The jury shouldn't be like, oh, we'll take this witness next, please.
How much? Okay, then we will be calling Dr. Behar Posey as our next witness by video.
Yes, you may. Just make sure that
Okay, I heard Harposy. Is that who we've got? It wasn't on the list from yesterday, but we'll take it. That noise you hear is the previous witness running from the courtroom down the halls.
Here begins the video deposition.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, Doctor, you're currently employed at Johns Hopkins Hospital?
Yes, I am.
And you worked there in the fall of 2016?
Yes, I did.
And just to orient the jury, you understand we're here to ask you questions today about the care and treatment of Maya Kowalski by Johns Hopkins Hospital and yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 3 will be plaintiffs 04069 through plaintiffs 04077. It's a 9-page physician note.
Okay.
You have that in front of you, Doctor?
Yeah, and you want to make that 3?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Doctor, in front of you is what appears to be your note from October 7th, 2016. Do you agree?
Correct.
And did you review this ahead of today's deposition?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate record of your observations from October 7, 2016?
Yes.
And you're duty bound by the hospital to keep accurate, complete records, is that correct?
Yes.
And your code of ethics and duty towards the patient requires the same, is that right? I'm sorry, page 6 of 9, it's plaintiffs 4074. And on that page, about 2/3 the way down, you see medical decision making and then entry for differential diagnosis.
Yes.
I want to spend a few minutes unpacking that entry for differential diagnosis. First, could you please explain for the jury what a differential diagnosis is?
Differential diagnosis is a list of things that you consider when you're, after getting your history and examining a patient, as to what might be going on with the patient.
Okay.
It can be a complete list. There may be things missing. It depends on whether you can think of every possible explanation or not. But usually, it's a broad list of what could be going on with the patient.
But as you just testified, you're required to keep a complete and accurate record of your thinking of that on that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this note would reflect your medical decision making on October 7, 2016.
Yes.
When do you conduct a differential diagnosis?
After getting a history and examining the patient.
Do you do this with all patients?
For the most part.
For any simple case, you would also do a differential diagnosis?
Yes.
So let's talk about what you listed there in your differential diagnosis. I'd like to go through each of these in turn and understand what you were thinking at that point. So the first condition you listed was withdrawal.
Correct.
Can you explain what you were thinking?
The child had received ketamine, and from the history that I had obtained, it appeared on more than one occasion. So the presentation of the child and the symptoms could be explained by a child going through withdrawal from ketamine.
What did you understand at that point about how much ketamine Maya had been administered?
I didn't have a good idea of the total volume that she had received in the past. All I had was the information that Dad gave me when she presented.
And do you recall what that was?
Yes, that she had been placed in a coma at some point in Mexico, receiving ketamine for a prolonged period of time, and that she had continued to receive it, I don't know how many times, and that she had just received a dose the day before presentation.
As what?
That she had just received it the day before presentation to the emergency department.
Were you made aware, or based on your review of the records, did you understand that other than the date prior, what the previous administration of ketamine, when that would have occurred?
No, I did not know.
Okay. You talked about dependence on ketamine. Are you talking about physical or psychological dependence?
Both.
And would you please describe the physical dependence symptoms of ketamine?
I prefer not to go into that right now because I don't have a complete information on that, so I don't want to give you the wrong information.
But you generally understood on October 7, 2016 that physical dependence was a possibility.
Yes.
From the usage of ketamine. And what source would you have gone to verify that?
I didn't need to go to a source at that point. It was just something that I was considering.
Did you confer with anyone inside the hospital?
I spoke with anesthesia.
Who did you speak with in anesthesia?
I don't remember.
And that's not reflected in your record?
I did document that I spoke with anesthesia.
Can you please point me to where you documented that you spoke with anesthesia?
It says, I discussed the dosage with anesthesia, and at the second line from the bottom.
And withdrawal was one of those. You didn't have a strong confidence that was not the case, but you listed it because it was a possibility. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
What is RSD for the benefit of the jury?
It's reflex sympathetic dystrophy. It's known by other names, like chronic regional pain syndrome.
Okay. And why did you list that in your differential diagnosis?
That was what the father claimed that the child had.
Constipation. Why did you list that in your differential diagnosis?
The father told me that she had a history of constipation. She had just been seen in the emergency department for constipation. So it was in the list, and she was presenting with abdominal pain.
You also listed other intra-abdominal issue. Would you please explain that entry?
Well, the father told me that she had been seen in the emergency department for abdominal pain. So there are multiple other causes of abdominal pain.
Okay.
That have to be considered in any child that comes in with abdominal pain, especially when they were just in the hospital for the same reason.
So that was again based on the father's representation?
Yes. And the fact that the complaint was still persisting.
UTI, for the benefit of the jury, what is UTI?
Urinary tract infection.
Okay. Why did you list that?
Because that can cause abdominal pain.
Okay. That was not based on the father's representation. That was based on your medical opinion. Is that right?
It was something that you have to consider in any female with abdominal pain.
Okay. And then your last potential diagnosis there is psychogenic. Would you please explain that for the benefit of the jury?
Psychogenic is another thing that has to be considered with any child that presents with abdominal pain.
Would you elaborate on that term for the jury, please?
Psychogenic would be any kind of mental health problem that can present with signs and symptoms of abdominal pain. For example, depression, anxiety, conversion disorder. There's a whole list of these.
Sure. So you're referring to psychological conditions of Maya, the psychogenic entry there?
Psychogenic is something that you have to consider in a child that presents with abdominal pain.
Right, and when you enlisting that, you were thinking of various psychiatric diagnoses of Maya. Is that correct?
I was not aware that she has any psychiatric diagnoses.
You were considering psychiatric diagnoses of Maya. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be something to consider.
Okay. So next I'd like to turn to page 8 of 9 here. It's plaintiffs 04076. And on that page, a third of the way down, we see impression, diagnosis. Now this reflects your opinion following the differential diagnosis. Is that correct?
This is the working diagnosis when the child was admitted to the hospital.
So this predates your differential diagnosis?
No.
Was this impression and this diagnosis rendered after the differential diagnosis or before the differential diagnosis?
It's written after the differential diagnosis, but it doesn't mean that that's the diagnosis.
It plainly states diagnosis reflex sympathetic dystrophy. So would you please explain to me how that's not the diagnosis?
We oftentimes in the emergency department document a diagnosis that later on turns out not to be the correct diagnosis. You have to write a diagnosis when you're admitting the patient. At the point when the child presented, this was all I had, and therefore that's all I could write.
Well, you'd refined your opinion based on the differential diagnosis, is that correct?
Because I could not rule all of these things in the emergency department. There is no way that I can rule all of these in or out in the emergency department.
And why not list other potential diagnoses here under your impression?
Because it wouldn't have changed anything as far as her management.
So a later provider reading this note would not understand that the diagnosis is RSD?
No, a later person that would look at this would see that that was the diagnosis that I admitted the patient with. Does not mean it's correct. It doesn't mean it's incorrect.
Okay, but it was your best opinion at the time, is that correct?
No, as I said, you cannot rule all of these diagnoses in or out in the emergency department. That was the working diagnoses that I admitted the patient with.
Who establishes the working diagnosis?
I do.
Okay. Why list RSD over one of the other 5 conditions that you listed under differential diagnosis?
Because I couldn't rule them in or out, and it was the diagnosis that the parents claimed that the child had when the child arrived to the emergency department.
This was the only diagnosis that you could rule in.
I couldn't rule it in. It was the working diagnosis. It's what the child presented to the hospital saying that they had.
Did she present to the hospital with constipation?
Not to my knowledge.
Did she present to the hospital with abdominal pain?
Yes, she did.
Why not list abdominal pain under the diagnosis?
I could have put that there, but I didn't.
So you rendered some sort of decision, and the outcome is reflex lymphatic dystrophy. Is that correct?
Again, it's a working diagnosis. It's not something that I could rule in or out in the emergency department.
All right. What I don't see listed here is Munchausen by proxy.
Psychogenic, I think it's in the DSM for psychogenic.
When we just discussed this, you stated that those were psychological diagnoses of Maya that you were considering. Is that correct?
Psychogenic was one of them.
Right. And psychogenic referred to psychological diagnoses of Maya, correct?
Yes.
Right. Not psychological diagnoses of Beata. Is that correct?
A lot of psychogenic problems in children are caused by their parents.
Okay, so your testimony is that your psychogenic categorization there includes the potential for Munchausen by proxy.
It's in the DSM.
Okay.
For psychiatric problems.
And is that something that you were actively considering
Yes.
when you admitted her, Munchausen by proxy?
Yes.
Okay. So, upon suspecting Munchausen by proxy, you then turned to the Johns Hopkins Hospital protocol for addressing suspected cases of Munchausen by proxy. Is that correct?
No.
Why not?
We don't have a protocol.
You don't have a protocol?
Not in the emergency department.
What? The hospital doesn't have a Munchausen by proxy protocol?
We do not have a pathway or a protocol in the emergency department.
How long have you been at Johns Hopkins Hospital by the fall of 2016?
10 years.
All right, you previously, additionally, in 1998, gave a presentation at the first national conference on Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay, and so at that time, you were aware of the literature out there?
The literature at that time, yes.
Okay. So you did not make that diagnosis on that day?
You don't make that diagnosis based on one emergency room visit.
Okay. So as you admitted Maya into the patient intensive care unit, you did that, correct?
Sorry?
She was admitted into the patient intensive care, pediatric intensive care unit?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you discuss her case with?
Dr. Laura Bose.
Dr. Bose. Okay. What did you relay about Maya's condition?
I relayed to her the child's presentation and that the mother was demanding 1,500 milligrams of ketamine, and that I was unable to provide that service to the child in the emergency department, and that the child was going to need to be admitted to the ICU in order to provide such high doses of ketamine, if that was in fact what the child needed.
Okay. And again, none of this Munchausen by proxy discussion is reflected in your note, is that correct?
Again, we don't make that diagnosis in the emergency department.
Since of a protocol at the hospital to address Munchausen syndrome by proxy, or at least a protocol that was inclusive of the emergency department, what was your next step?
I didn't make that diagnosis in the emergency department, and therefore I had no reason to start any protocol.
You had a concern about Munchausen by proxy?
As I did for multiple other things.
But you took no further steps in pursuing that diagnosis, is that correct?
Again, make the diagnosis of Munchausen's by proxy in the emergency department.
I'm not asking you to make the diagnosis. I'm asking you, in allowing others to make the diagnosis, did you pursue any additional steps to inform them, other than talking with Dr. Bose?
No.
The book referred to as a Child Protection Team Medical Director. Are you aware of a Child Protection Team Medical Director within the hospital?
We don't have a Child Protection Team Director within the hospital. There's a Child Protection Team physician for the county of Pinellas who serves as the consultant for the hospital, as well as for every hospital in the county.
Mm-hmm. Did you reach out to that person?
No.
Who would that be?
Sally Smith.
Do you know Sally Smith?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Sally Smith?
I worked with her years ago when I was the medical director for Hillsborough County.
And was she, at that time, the medical director in Pinellas County?
Yes, she was. She was a co-director with Mark Morris.
So you've worked closely with her in the past, is that correct?
I wouldn't say closely, but we were directors at the same time in different counties.
Okay. Do you count her as a friend?
No.
Thank you, AOL. Good to have you here.
Do you consider mutual by proxy to be a form of child abuse?
It is a form of child abuse.
After you spoke with Dr. Vos, did you follow Maya's case?
No, I did not.
That was your last involvement with the case?
Yes, it was.
Were you made aware that a report of mutual by proxy was made?
No.
Never?
No.
When is the first you learned that the Kowalskis, and specifically Beata, were alleged to have abused their daughter Maya?
I can't remember the exact time that I was told. It was months later.
Was Maya still in the hospital when you were told?
I really don't know.
At this time, did you have any leadership position in the pediatric unit?
What time?
The time of Maya's admission, 2016.
What pediatric unit?
Well, I see here on your CV you were the vice chairman of the Division of Pediatric Emergency Medicine.
Right.
Can you please detail your roles and responsibilities in that?
I'm responsible for ensuring that the pathways that we have in place are complied with, that I'm responsible for schedules, for patient complaints, review of medical records to make sure that things are done appropriately in the unit.
Describe the term pathways for me.
Pathways are guidelines that the hospital has come up with, that we come up as multidisciplinary teams in order to make sure that the guidelines in evidence-based medicine treatment in place, or to comply with the latest things that we're supposed to be doing for different diagnoses.
Would you agree that protocol would be a synonym of pathway?
It's similar. It's not the same, but it's similar, yeah.
Or perhaps if you had some sort of standard operating procedure within which to address mutual by proxy, you would refer to it as a pathway at Johns Hopkins. Is that correct?
If it's written in the format that we have, yes.
Sure. But as you sat as the vice chair in 2016, there was no pathway or any other format for addressing mutual by proxy, correct?
Not in the emergency department.
Correct. All right. And as the vice chair, you're generally familiar with the training and experience of the other pediatric physicians in that department? Generally, yes. Okay. Anyone else in that department that's previously served as the medical director of Hillsborough County for the child protection team?
No.
No. How many cases do you estimate you saw of child abuse during those 5 years?
In Hillsborough?
Correct.
I don't have a number to give you.
North of 100?
Probably.
Okay. More than 500?
I don't know. Probably somewhere in that range.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone within your department that has seen as many cases as you? As many cases of child abuse?
No.
And in the absence of a protocol, you were not consulted further?
No, I wasn't.
Despite your extensive experience. And the first time you became aware was months later, and you're not sure whether that was during Maya's admission or afterwards.
Yes, I can tell you the situation where I was informed about it.
Please do.
I was informed that by a resident who was talking to another resident that Maya's mother had committed suicide. at which point I questioned what had happened, and that's when I found out.
And you don't recall do you recall how long after Beata's suicide that would have been?
I don't know.
Okay. What was your reaction?
I was surprised.
You were surprised by Beata's suicide?
Yes.
Did you interact with Beata during that ER visit?
Yes.
And what was your impression of her?
She was a very... she came in very angry, demanding, shouting at her husband, very insistent on higher doses of ketamine. She wouldn't let her husband touch her child. She wouldn't let me do anything without giving more and more medication to her child.
Would she let anyone touch her child?
No. Well, she let the nurses draw blood. She didn't have a problem with that.
Okay. She resisted a CT scan, is that correct?
Yes, she did.
And she resisted an ultrasound, is that correct?
Well, let me correct that.
Okay.
She resisted the ultrasound unless I would give her more ketamine.
Okay.
She resisted the CT scan unless I gave her 1,500 milligrams of ketamine.
Right. And not being an anesthesiologist or a pain management specialist, you didn't feel comfortable administering that ketamine in the ER, or you weren't allowed to, and so you admitted her to the intensive care unit. Is that correct?
Well, the doses that we're allowed to give in the emergency department are in the 0.5 to 4 milligrams per kilo range, and the amount that she wanted to give was in the 45 to 50 milligrams per kilo range, which was absurd and not something that we are trained to or allowed to give in the emergency department.
Right. Who had been administering that ketamine to Maya previously?
To my knowledge and all that I had, the only information I had was that it was a Dr. Hanna in Clearwater.
Did you speak with Dr. Hanna?
I called his office to talk to him. He was not available.
Okay.
I spoke with a nurse-type person. I don't know if it was a nurse practitioner or a nurse, but I spoke with a nurse.
Okay.
Who informed me of what their treatment had been.
Okay. And hearing that another doctor had been prescribing that treatment, your opinion was that the level of ketamine being requested was absurd, to use your phrase.
Yes.
Okay. Did you consult with any other doctors?
Yes, I called anesthesia.
Dr. Vose?
No, Dr. Vose is ICU.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who is in anesthesia?
I don't have a name, but
Okay.
I spoke with the anesthesiologist on call, and I spoke with the ICU.
Okay, did you speak with anyone else outside the hospital besides Dr. Hanna's staff?
No.
Did you speak with Dr. Wassenaar?
No.
If you turn to page 2 of your note, which we marked as Exhibit 3, you see a quarter of the way down, primary care physician.
Yes.
Dr. Wassenaar's name is listed there.
Yes.
And his contact information is readily available.
Yes.
But you didn't reach out to him.
No.
Okay. Do you know how long Maya had been suffering from CRPS at this point?
No. Although the father did tell me that the diagnosis was made a year and a half prior to her presentation.
Okay. Based upon my review of the record, it looks as if the report was made later that evening.
Okay.
You remained unaware of that.
I didn't make the report.
And you weren't aware that a report was made?
No, I wasn't.
Right. Did you consult with any psychologist?
No.
Despite the concern for psychogenic diagnosis, you did not consult with any psychologist?
It's not our habit to consult psychologists in the emergency department.
Okay. Is your understanding that that would be the intensive care unit's responsibility?
That is an inpatient consult. It's something that is not urgent.
Okay. After she was admitted to the PICU, she was considered an inpatient?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, psychological consult would have been proper?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if one was performed?
No.
Okay. How would you classify your level of knowledge of CRPS?
I think, I don't know what kind of scale you're using.
Aware, familiar, expert?
Aware.
Aware. If you were going to seek an outside opinion on a pediatric CRPS case, who would you go to in the state of Florida?
I don't have a specific name because I've not needed to. I usually refer to TGH. There's a CRPS clinic there, but I don't know the names of the people who work there.
Your testimony was you did not consult with anyone outside of the hospital other than Dr. Hanna's staff. Is that correct?
Outside the hospital, no. I contacted the pain management physician who was giving that kind of dosage to her in order to clarify exactly what the child was receiving.
And you're referring to Dr. Hanna's staff, correct?
Yes.
And they confirmed that they had previously provided her on the day prior 1,500 milligrams. Is that correct?
Well, actually, I think the dose was 1,250 milligrams with 50 milligrams of 2% lidocaine, 1,750 milligrams of max sulfate, and 4 milligrams of Versed.
Okay. So Beata's request wasn't out of line with the previous day's dosage, was it?
It was actually higher. It was 1,500.
Right. How much higher is that?
250 milligrams.
Is that significant?
In a child who weighs 30 kilos, yes.
Had Beata asked for 1,250 milligrams, would you have felt that was not an absurd request?
You have to understand that the dose, the way that we give ketamine in the emergency department is different than the way she receives it in the pain management clinic.
Okay.
In the emergency department, we give it in a bolus form. So we push.
Okay.
Okay. Pain management gives it as an infusion, as a continuous infusion over hours.
Okay.
Okay. We don't have the nursing or the staff to monitor a child for that period of time in the emergency department. Nurses are not allowed to give ketamine in the state of Florida in the emergency department. Okay. So giving her 1,500 milligrams as a bolus is absurd.
Okay. The decision to admit Maya was made due to this staffing concern and inability to administer the ketamine dose as requested?
Among other things, yes.
Oh, okay, please detail the other things.
The fact that she would need to be monitored, the fact that she needed a pain management specialist to be supervising this, as well as the ICU.
Okay. Who did you speak with within the hospital in pain management?
I spoke with the anesthesiologist who was on call, and then he was going to, or she, I don't remember, was going to talk to the pain management group. I can read it to you if you want.
That'd be fun.
It says, I discussed the dosage with anesthesia, who stated that they would, it says given, but it's give more if needed after discussion with the pain management doctors and evaluation of patient on the floor.
Can you give us 3 names that you deal with most often in anesthesiology?
Dr. Elliott, I think it's Dr. Patel, and there's Dr. Drojanin.
Can you spell that, if not?
Drozhzhin.
Okay. Those are the anesthesiologists you confer with most regularly?
Those are usually the people on call when I call to speak to somebody.
Okay. So the decision to, I'll make sure we get this right. The decision to admit Maya into the intensive care unit was due to a concern about the inability in the ER to administer ketamine via an infusion.
Correct.
And your understanding was, after talking with Dr. Vos and whoever you spoke with in anesthesia, that they would further consider whether that dosage was appropriate?
They would further consider the management of pain in this child.
Okay.
Not necessarily specifically as it related to the dosage, but to control this child's pain in an adequate fashion.
Okay. And so Beata's concern was controlling Maya's pain. Is that correct?
Her concern was that I comply with the dosage of ketamine and that I actually give her the medication that she felt was necessary for the treatment of her child at that time.
And when you explained to her that you'd have to admit her to the intensive care unit for that to be administered, did she resist that?
She initially wanted me to get anesthesia to come to the emergency department, but I was unable to do so. And after I told her that it would have to be in the ICU and that I was not willing to give any further doses of ketamine, then she complied with that.
Okay. So she was in a bit of a rush to have ketamine administered.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with the wording in a rush. I think she definitely wanted to push her opinion of how the child's pain should be managed immediately.
Right. But after it was explained to her that that could not be done in the emergency department, she understood that message.
Unwillingly.
Unwillingly?
Yes.
Well, I thought your earlier testimony was that she did not resist admission to the intensive care unit.
Didn't have an option because I was refusing to administer any further doses.
Right. She wanted her daughter comforted sooner rather than later.
No, she wanted her daughter to receive 1,500 milligrams of ketamine, which I was not willing to do in the emergency department.
Right. And when you explained to her that that could only happen in the intensive care unit, she allowed her daughter to be admitted.
As opposed to what?
As opposed to saying no.
Her goal was to get ketamine into this child.
Mm-hmm. Can that be understood as a goal of comforting her daughter?
I think there are many ways to comfort a child besides administering ketamine.
Where do you think she got the idea for 1,500 milligrams of ketamine?
I have no idea.
Is 1,250 milligrams in the range of 1,500 milligrams?
If you go by milligrams per kilograms, it's an excessive dose.
So had she asked for 1,250, you would have been okay with that request?
No, I would not.
Okay. After speaking with Dr. Hanna's office, you still maintain that 1,250 was an absurd dose?
It was.
Okay. And that was based on your consult with anesthesiology?
No, that was based on my experience with working with ketamine in the emergency department and the fact that we give bolus doses and we do not exceed doses of about 4 milligrams per kilo in the ER.
Right. But once the difference between a bolus dose and an infusion was explained to Beata, she allowed her daughter to be admitted to the intensive care unit.
I don't recall having that conversation with her about bolus versus infusion.
Oh, you didn't explain to her that the problem was it would be a bolus dose and not an infusion?
I did not have that. I don't recall having that discussion with her.
So she remained unaware that your inability to administer that ketamine in the ER was because of the type of administration, bolus versus infusion.
She did not ask for an infusion. She asked for 1,500 milligrams of ketamine.
Did she ask for it in bolus form?
She didn't ask for infusion.
She didn't specify. Previously, Maya had been treated with infusion.
I don't know. I don't know what they did in Mexico. I don't know what
prior.
Dr. Hanna did
the day prior.
Prior to that. I don't know. All I know is what I was given by a nurse in his office.
And the day prior, she'd received it via infusion. That was your testimony.
And the infusion was over 4 hours, apparently.
Okay. So it'd be reasonable to understand that Beata would be asking for similar treatment as the day prior.
I don't know if she ever got it in a bolus form.
And it was never explained to her that it was bolus versus infusion.
She didn't ask me, and I didn't even know what she was getting at that time.
Did you ever speak with Dr. Smith about the case?
No, I did not.
And to this day, you have not spoken with her about the case?
No, I haven't.
Your concern on that October day was over the amount of ketamine requested. Is that correct?
My concern was for the safety of the child. You don't want to give something to the child to cause any more problems.
Right.
So I couldn't comply with what the mom was requesting in the emergency department And the child needed further diagnostic testing to figure out why she had the abdominal pain. The mother was refusing to allow me to do any tests, aside from the blood work in the urine, unless I gave the ketamine. So I had to admit the child so that this could be done in a controlled fashion.
Why was the mother refusing?
Because every test that I ordered, the ultrasound, the CAT scan, she wanted mega doses of ketamine before I could do it, and I was not going to do it. I couldn't do it.
And was your read that that was born of her concern for her daughter's pain?
I don't know why she was so insistent that we had to do, because I was giving ketamine. I did give the child Versed. I just didn't give the amount that she wanted.
Did you give ketamine or Versed prior to the blood draw you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So only after
Well, actually, I'm sorry. Can I take that back?
Sure.
So we gave it IV, so she had to have had the blood draw.
So you gave ketamine and Versed via IV?
Correct.
So the blood was drawn previously?
The blood was drawn at the time when the IV was placed.
So your concern was over the level of ketamine being requested. Did you have concern about the 1,250 milligrams that was administered the day prior?
That dose seemed excessive to me, but I'm not a specialist in pain management, which is why, A, I called to verify the dose. B, I wasn't sure if the mother even knew what she was talking about. I couldn't know. I had to find out exactly what she was talking about. And then I wanted to talk to the physician to see what they were doing.
Right.
And there was nobody there but some nurse.
And after confirming the dose of 1,250 milligrams, you still maintain that that was absurd, is that correct?
I do.
Did you attempt to verify whether being under general anesthesia to treat CRPS is appropriate?
I called our anesthesiologist because I'm not a pain medication specialist. Yes, I did call. That was available to me at the time.
And what did they say about that?
They said that they would review it and decide what would be appropriate dosing for this child.
I have to go back to this word erratically. You said the mother was behaving erratically. I need to understand that. What was erratic about her behavior?
Her presentation, the way that she started shouting at the father, telling him not to touch her child, demanding the ketamine over and over again, not allowing me to do any testing, considering they were there for abdominal pain.
Are any of those things you just listed not explained by a daughter who's in excruciating pain?
What, telling your husband not to touch your child?
Why would you ask people not to touch your child?
I don't know. Why would you?
Well, one possibility is they're in extreme pain. Would you agree?
I think touching your child is a comforting measure. It's a reflex.
It's a reflex by the parents?
Most of the time, yeah.
Okay. So what was erratic about her behavior?
She was belligerent, demanding. She was shouting at her husband. She was not open to any conversation, or nothing was negotiable but her way. She was not concerned about the child's medical condition. If she had presented there for abdominal pain, you would want some tests to be done to find out why the child has abdominal pain. That was not her concern. Her concern was merely administering ketamine over and over and over and more and more and more.
Her objection to these tests was based on physical contact, correct?
She had no problem with blood being drawn.
Was the mother there for that?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
Right. So as far as you're aware, when the mother was around, she resisted all physical contact?
Yes, she refused the blood pressure cuff.
She did allow you to admit the daughter to the intensive care unit after explaining you could administer the ketamine, correct?
It was not negotiable to get an ultrasound on this child. It was not negotiable to get a CAT scan on this child. It was not negotiable to do anything to this child other than administer her ketamine.
And admit her to the PICU.
Because that was the only way she was going to get it.
Your total interaction with the Kowalskis lasted how long?
the time that they were in the hospital, in the ER.
And based on your note, my best read is that it was less than 2 hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they've been dealing with this condition for 1.5 years.
Yes.
But you made the determination that the mother was acting improperly and erratically.
She was.
Okay. You, however, didn't feel it rose to the level to report it to the abuse hotline.
We have children that come to the emergency department with all kinds of parents, and we have to deal with it. People have all kinds of mental health problems. If I had to report every person that has a mental health problem to the abuse hotline, I think Florida's hotline wouldn't be able to handle it.
Who had a mental health problem?
When I mentioned that her behavior was out of the norm for what you see in the, in taking care of a child with chronic pain, any level, it doesn't raise to the level of having to report her to the abuse hotline.
Okay. You dealt with parents who had been similarly pushy?
I have dealt with many pushy parents. I've never had them refuse any tests unless I give them the medication in the dosage and in the way that they want.
How many pushy parents have you dealt with in the ER in the context of CRPS?
Actually, the CRPS parents are usually they're usually worn down.
Okay. I have to tie up. You said someone had mental issues. Who had mental issues?
I said that when you mentioned reporting her, if a person is being erratic, I didn't make a diagnosis in this patient to the extent of having to report her to the Department of Children and Families. We get people who behave in all kinds of ways in the ER. I don't go reporting all of them to the Department of Children and Families.
And you're aware of your statutory requirement to report reasonable suspicions of child abuse.
Right.
Because you have extensive experience in that area, and it didn't rise to that level.
Not based on a two-hour encounter with a mother.
So she might have been pushy and belligerent, but not to the level that would require a hotline call.
No.
That concludes the presentation of Dr. Posey.
I know there were more objections there. We only heard one.
Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take a break. Let's try to keep it to a 10-minute break. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information, okay? Have a good break.
They have to leave in the dark, Your Honor? I guess they're leaving in the dark. Okay, give me just 1 second. Let's see if the judge talks to us for a second.
Okay, the jury is out of our presence. Are there any issues that we need to address before we depart for our break?
Not for plaintiff.
Not for the defense.
Okay, when I come back, I'd like to have the time rundown for that depot, and I'll need the one for the next depot as well. 10-minute break.
Yep, thank you.
10-minute break. So the depots, which I just about slept through that last one because Mrs. R.A. woke me up early in this morning. I know she's in chat. That's why I'm calling her out. That the reason why this, I know it seems a little weird because we've already had the plaintiff rest, but now here the defense comes up and they say, we'd like to play a depot. And the first thing you hear is Mr. Whitney questioning a witness. And you're like, what's going on with that? Well, first of all, this witness unfortunately passed away a couple years ago. And so Dr. Posey is not available to question, but both sides were present at the deposition. And it just so happens that maybe the plaintiff called the witness or flipped a coin and got to go first or something in the depot. And so they have all these questions and answers with objections, but all the objections have been cut out. And so they have this whole back and forth interrogation of the witness similar to as they would if they were on the stand, but it's been recorded, and because they're not available now, we can use that recording in trial as if they're there. So yes, defense did get a chance to cross-examine this witness when the plaintiff questioned her. This is what they've chosen to put in, or this is what the judge has ruled is allowed to come in, and so it's able to be treated just like a normal witness. So that's why we're hearing these depositions with different people talking. Mrs. R.A. says that you guys need to see how black and my eyes are and dark circles under my eyes because she woke me up so early. 4 a.m. 4 a.m. she woke me up. And okay. I'm just giving her a hard time. All right, we are still recording the court in Colorado. Still, that's part 2, so that's going to keep going until like 8 o'clock tonight. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully, we've got good, solid sound and everything. It's not the best picture, but I think the audio is pretty good. What do you think the defense gained from playing that? Well, Ashley, what we gained was a little bit of an insight, more than what the plaintiff has showed us on the admitting documents. Don't bump anything here, because if this bumps, it's okay. You just want the mic. Mrs. R.A.'s here to take my mic. What we gained is this doctor, Dr. Posey, was the admitting doctor. She was the first person to admit Maya in the ER. And when you admit somebody, you have to put something down on the paper. And so Mr. Whitney's asking about all the symptoms she has and why they chose to say that they were admitting for RDS, which was the working diagnosis, and they also had some differential diagnosis that include abdominal pain, constipation, something like that. There are all these other things that it could have been UTI. Everything was listed on there as this also could be. I didn't buy the story that's like, oh, I just had to put something down there, so we just said, let's go with RDS as the admitting diagnosis. But the gotcha moment was when we saw from this witness that the hospital does not have a protocol for handling suspected child abuse in the ER. So kids that come in in a situation where the hospital suspects child abuse, they're like, not us. We don't handle that. So they just let it be. And yeah, does not look good on the hospital at all right there. Very defensive witness. She had her arms crossed in front of her chest in a defensive type style pretty much the whole time. Much more, well, first of all, Mr. Whitney is a little nicer guy, a little softer around the edges than Mr. Anderson in a cross-examination type situation. And so it wasn't terrible for the witness, but at the same time she was very adamant that she was right, and she did what she did, and she stands by it. So we'll see. The jury obviously won't get any questions because it's a deposition and she's passed away. There's no chances to readdress this. Now Mrs. R.A. wants the mic. Just softly, kid. Don't. It's moving this. You have to come on camera. That's it. You have to come on camera. Your shirt's green. You're going to disappear. It's going to be a floating head. Come here. It's going to be awesome. She's like a ghost. Okay. I'm serious. It's moving. It can't move that drive. Okay, that's the problem. Okay. If you get me the wireless mics, I can make it work. The problem is it's moving the drive that it's recording to on my laptop, and it wiggles. If it wiggles, it loses connection. She says, my one point is that doctor was not unreasonable. I think that what she saw and what she heard in the observation was not unreasonable. It was just terrible communication, and it could have ended right there, except that she went to the next level and was like, completely freak out and tell people, and they blew it up. That one interaction wasn't a big deal. There you go, word for word. That was Mrs. R.A. Unfortunately, because I do that, I can't recall what I said, so I can't answer that. Yes, if I hand over the mic, you're going to have to hand over the chair, and then pretty soon it'll be Mrs. Recovery Addict show, and I'll be like, can I be on today as a special guest? And she'll say no. I'm just kidding. She is great, and I love her. Wasn't really shocked. Isn't Johns Hopkins supposed to be world-renowned? They are. They are, and I would say they have some incredible, amazing doctors. But this particular hospital, and realize it was acquired by Johns Hopkins, okay? The Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. It was acquired and was still operating virtually identically as All Children's Hospital. So Johns Hopkins hadn't really changed anything after they had acquired it. Random question, do you like corned beef? I've eaten it before. It's not, I would rank it above haggis and below summer sausage. Does that count? Let's see what else we have. Some of the witnesses they've had, lady in pink, what was her name? Niaus? I don't remember her name. Niehaus or something like that. I think the hospital was throwing her under the bus. The last direct question they had to her basically was, and you're not one of us, right? You're not with the hospital. You're some other agency. Yeah. You're the bad guy. I think they're trying to deflect all the anger towards other organizations. That doctor passed away at age 61 from cardiac arrest. Yes, she did. That's Dr. Posey, who was testifying. I'm going to clear that off right now. Unpin. There we go. Steve N says, I'm inclined to agree with Mrs. R.A. Yeah, that wasn't unreasonable. The little bits that came out that were like, that's interesting, were basically that this one woman, Dr. Posey, sees more child abuse cases among all her patients than like everybody else combined, right? She's got this like sixth sense for detecting it. And that's like, really, statistically, shouldn't it sort of be equal across the board for, percentage of patients you see? But yeah, she escalated it. Love corned beef and summer sausage. I ate, Dodie, we have, I think Hillshire Farms makes a thing called a yard o' beef or something like that. It's like a huge summer sausage. And I personally believe that it is, a single serving size. They're delicious. No, I can eat one of those in a week. I really could, just snacking on it every day. I was up all night with my computer. This is true. Having to figure out how to get things to record properly.
Two mics fond face with tears of joy.
Two mics fund. Yes, we need another mic fund. Mrs. R.A., we've got to get you a mic in here and a desk and a camera and keep you here as well. KCAT says RSD
equals reflex sympathetic dystrophy, now called CRPS equals complex regional pain syndrome. I've had it 40 plus years and still call mine RSD. I'm also a recently retired nurse.
Thank you, KCAT, for that. RSD was the working diagnosis that Maya was admitted under in the hospital, but it changed quite quickly. You see them dancing around the Munchausen by proxy diagnosis and asking if that's what the case was. The reason they can't say yes, that's what they suspected, is because Munchausen by proxy is a diagnosis of the mother, right? She's the one that would have Munchausen by proxy, and I believe that requires a psychological examination of Maya's mother, Beata, to make that diagnosis. Cheryl Bybee, I'm going to take your word for it. I have never had pork belly burnt ends that I know of. I mean, I thought I hadn't eaten mushrooms either, and it turns out I eat them regularly. So maybe I have them and I just don't know. Love summer sausage and can't have it anymore, and I hate that. Let's see. Did you install Sonora 14? I have not. I have not. I'm going to do that tonight. Just give her remote access to your setup. Slow Mo, I'm not giving you remote access to anybody. That's like I worked in IT long enough to know that giving away your control is not a good thing. Will you be bringing family to the NC State Fair? Lots of good eats up there. It's over on the other side of the state. Brown Barn, we're going to go to the beach. We were going to go to Shackleford Island on Saturday, but they just canceled and said, hey, we're understaffed, so all the trips that we had planned, sorry, you're out. And so we are looking for a place to go this weekend. I'm not sure. When is the state fair? The case spanned many years, including major pandemic. It's seriously. You look at everything that's happened since the beginning of this case. It's been a long one for sure. Let's see. Let's go back here. Let's see where we are. Well, we're in the dark. Look. Now I'm a ghost. That's pretty cool. Okay, where were we? There we are. I hit the button halfway through transition. Let's see. Mrs. R.A. says, "Hey, Chad, I'm trying to get Recovery Addict to come across country trip with me and stream from the Verbo. Who's with me?" This is true. We're working on a family trip back to see family. Actually, it's a trip to see family and send my oldest son to college. I'm trying to see how I can go for a week or so and still do this.
Okay. Got a note from the jury during videos. Is it okay to stand up to avoid drowsiness?
Yeah, we were going to address the same, Your Honor, that we're worried about the low lights contributing to the drowsiness.
Yeah.
It's the judge's fault.
Suggest that maybe not so dim.
The jury, what about me? I'm half out of it already.
Those were Mr. Whitney's questions. That was very soothing.
You have a nice
your
voice.
Is just soothing.
Yeah, you do have a nice voice.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have no objection to the jury standing during it, whatever they needed to combat drowsiness, and
jumping jack.
Defer to Your Honor whether maybe putting the lights on a little higher would help.
Well, what I will say is whether it's during the deposition, reading, or regular testimony, I'm fine with them standing up.
We are as well, Your Honor.
You're talking about stuff that is not
In the next,
Aziz,
just so Your Honor
lights.
is aware, the next witness we're going to call by video as well will be Bonnie Rice. She runs about an hour and 15 minutes, so we'll go a little past 5, but we'd like to use the day, unless Your Honor has another preference.
We're going to finish the hour and 15-minute deposition. So what's the time charge for Dr. Behar Posey?
She is charged 15 minutes and 50 seconds to the defense, 13 minutes, 5 seconds for the plaintiff, with 14 minutes, 42 seconds of overlap. Sorry, I should have rounded to 15.
Wait a second. Okay, so for plaintiff, how much was it?
For plaintiff, 13 minutes, defense 15, defense 16 minutes, I'm rounding up to the nearest minute. Defense 16 minutes, plaintiff 13 minutes, shared 15 minutes.
How did that end up getting attributed to us? We didn't call her.
You just whatever pages you designate.
You're right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Like, why are you charging us?
For who's the next witness?
The next will be Bonnie Rice, advanced registered nurse practitioner, of which we designated 44 minutes. The plaintiff designated 34 minutes. The overlaps are 10 seconds. So
35 and 45.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think Mr. Anderson is frustrated with the time.
Anything
now.
else before we bring in the
This
jury?
is going to play.
No, Your Honor.
This is going to play bigger and bigger
Okay, let's
pieces
bring
as
in
we
the
move
jury.
on. They don't have much time left, and all these depositions. You've got to either designate that stuff doesn't come in, or how do you? You're using your time. You're going to run out of time. Nobody talked to the true crime junkie. She's hiding right now. So Red Pen, the time on those depots, imagine all the pages of deposition.
We see that everyone.
When you say, I want page 2 in,
Members of the
they
jury,
say,
I
okay,
want
that
to
goes to
confirm
your
while you
time.
were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and did not receive any information. Is that correct?
Correct.
And have you been approached by anyone about this case? And have you seen any media accounts about this case? Okay. Now, I did receive a note from one of your numbers that reads, during videos, is it okay to stand up to avoid drowsiness? I will tell you this. Whether it's during a deposition or if it's somebody on TV, if you would like to stand up and stretch for any reason, you are free to do that. So just go ahead and do it now. If you're in the front row and you're standing up, just kind of make sure you're not running into somebody and try not to block their views. Okay? You okay with that?
Yes.
Now, as far as the lighting is concerned, do you want me to turn on the tray light above you? The only thing is I don't have any control over dimming that, so that's the real bright one. So I can turn on, I think, this center light. You like it how it is? Okay. Leave it. No lullabies, right? Okay. Defense, call your next witness, please.
We call advanced registered nurse practitioner Bonnie Rice, also by video, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Ms. Rice, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Bonnie, okay. Well, I'll keep it more, Ms. Rice or Dr. Rice. So can you please state your name and professional title for the record, please? Sure. My name is Bonnie Rice, B-O-N-N-I-E, last name R-I-C-E, and my professional title is nurse practitioner. So you were there when that rule change came in effect? I think that, I'm not sure if it was right as I left town and retired. All right. Well, would you please give me the benefit of your training and experience in the field of being a nurse practitioner, starting from where you went to college all the way through any training and professional licenses that you obtained? Oh, well, let's see. I started as a diet aide in a hospital in 1973, and I've worked in some healthcare capacity since that time. I rode ambulance for 4 years as a volunteer. I was a nurse aide while I went through nursing school. I got my RN in 1983 from Harrisburg Area Community College. I received a bachelor's degree in nursing in 1996, and I got I also had a minor in biology, and I had a master's degree in 1999, and then I finished my Western Reserve in 2013. As and I still have active licenses in California as both an ARNP and as a nurse, and maintain my family nurse practitioner certification, but I am not going to be working anymore. So my understanding is the highest level of professional licensure you obtained was the Doctorate of Nursing. Doctorate of Nursing Practice, it's known as a DNP. So when you're an ARNP, you can finish your doctorate, and that gives you a DNP. Can you talk to me a little bit about your experience as a pediatric rehabilitation NP? Okay, so when I initially came to the rehab program, I had about, 12 years experience, but I had pediatric experience starting in 1991, and I was certified at that time in pediatric critical care. When I came to Tampa General, I realized that was somewhat of a new position, so I obtained a certification in rehab nursing to make sure that my knowledge level was documented regarding rehabilitative medicine in children. So what kind of courses or hands-on training did you do in order to get this pediatric rehabilitation licensure? It's not really a license, it's a certification. And basically, Dr. Kornberg, I made rounds with him every single day, doing the exams. When you're working as an ARNP for a physician or for the hospital, but you're primarily responsible to one physician, you follow their practice patterns, you learn their rules because you're very much an extension of them. How long did you work with Dr. Kornberg? 12 years. What else do you recall, independent of anything you may have reviewed about the hospitalization? It was I think rehab is very much about this multidisciplinary team. And I have to say that this was a frustrating case for the team. That's what I remember. And why was it a frustrating case for the team? Because even though Maya was making functional progress, I didn't feel that we had gotten through to the family or that we'd helped the family. And I just felt like the mother and the daughter, they just weren't open. What do you mean by that? Every day when I would make rounds, part of my responsibility is to educate on what to make families aware of what the child's deficits are and what the potential issues could be and how we may compensate for that. And then towards the end of the admission, if there's something that we can't compensate for, we want them to accept that the child may have an ongoing special need. Yeah, and I just felt like I couldn't move this family at all.
What do you mean by couldn't move this family?
I couldn't move them down their road of recovery, which is a road that, being a nurse, I kind of help patients through that road of recovery, and we do long-term follow-up. So we stay with these families even after they're discharged to make sure they get reintegrated to school, they have the appropriate equipment in the house, they have appropriate transportation, all that type of thing. So it's sort of like not a medical admission where we're working up medical things. We can do that, but as a rule, we didn't. We tried to move the patient from being a patient to being a child in society, back in the community.
Let me ask you this. Do you have any experience back when you were at Tampa General with treating children that are diagnosed with complex regional pain syndrome?
Yes.
Can you just generally describe what your experience with complex regional pain syndromes was back when you were working at TGH?
I think we had 1 or 2 children in the 12 years I was there that came in with complex regional pain syndrome. And really, I looked to Dr. Kornberg to lead the medical part of it, but it's where you have unexplained pain in one area or another that we can't find a physio.
In connection with a complex regional pain syndrome patient, ever do what's known as a ketamine coma at Tampa General?
No.
Do you know what a ketamine coma is?
Yes.
To your understanding, what is it?
It's an infusion of ketamine. But, you know, I have to tell you that for my time at Tampa General, ketamine was a very tightly controlled drug and wasn't even allowed to be used on the floor where we were.
Why?
And I know that they were using ketamine now in a number of different ways, but it's all new since 2015.
Are you familiar with the Dr. Anthony Kirkpatrick? He used to be on staff at Tampa General. Do you know who that is?
I don't recognize the name.
It has been suggested in a blog entry by Beata Kowalski that you were practicing witchcraft on Maya Kowalski at Tampa General Hospital. Were you practicing witchcraft in connection with Maya Kowalski?
No, I'm not a witch, and I don't practice witchcraft. I don't even believe in witchcraft. I'm a scientist.
Understood. And it's fair to say that you were using evidence-based practices in your treatment of Maya Kowalski?
Absolutely. The only thing that we had that was, it was a consult to integrative medicine. We did have a team there at Tampa General that would do things like Reiki massage, aromatherapy. We did some disability yoga, breathing exercises. So we had consulted them just to see if they could help with Maya's complaints of pain.
Can you please describe what your independent recollection is?
Okay, so like I said, my job was kind of to be that holistic person and lead them down. Usually, you know, it's a road of grief, of accepting that maybe their child was in an accident, maybe other people were killed or whatever. So we're on this sort of grief and coping road together.
Do you have any personal animosity towards Mrs. Kowalski?
Absolutely not. I tried to connect with her in every way I could think. And our joke in rehab was, we'll try 1,000 different things to get kids moving again. And I think Dr. McCain and I talked about this mom almost every day because I felt like I couldn't connect. And I couldn't sway her perception of reality.
What do you mean by perception of reality?
She was hyper-focused on medical tests and treatments, and the team felt that the child's problems had a very heavy psychological and psychiatric overlay.
Okay, what is a history and physical?
A history and physical, when the patient first comes in, you want to find out, you have usually records from the referring hospital. We were a referral service, so people referred into us. You have some records from the referring hospital, and then you go in and question both. I admitted the family as a unit. There are discharge plan, how this kid's going to go home, and we've all got to, cope together and move forward, and they needed to learn what they needed to learn and be able to cope with that. And so I would start right away trying to form a relationship with the child, the family. And I remember this kid came in with her father, and he was a very good historian. He had medical background too.
You recall what his medical background was?
Something in first responder, EMT, paramedic, firefighter, something.
Who was the referring physician for this hospitalization?
It was Dr. Hart. We worked very closely with him.
Okay, and Dr. Hart, I think you said, is a pediatric physiatrist over at All Children's Hospital?
All Children's, yes.
Okay. And what was the estimated stay for this hospitalization, as best you can tell from the H&P?
Oh, heavens. We estimated 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay. And is that where it says ELOS, estimated 4 to 6 weeks?
Yes, and so because we're a functional admission, these children would not be in the hospital if they weren't there to make functional gains, as a rule. Not always, but as a rule. So, you can sign out at any time. It's not like a regular hospitalization. We're helping you to walk and take care of yourself and go to the bathroom on your own and feed yourself. And if there's a mental disability or a speech issue or swallowing issue, we would get speech involved. And so you can sign out at any time. And so we want to make sure that the family understands what our length of stays might look like. However, this occurs before the 48 hours of evaluation that occurs by the therapy team. In that first 48 hours, everybody on the team sees this child, evaluates the child from their perspective. So each person would evaluate the child from their perspective, and then we'd bring it back and change the plan of care accordingly.
What's your recollection of any discussions that you had with Dr. Kornberg about this patient?
We talked on a daily basis. I let him know that from my holistic standpoint, in terms of her, the mother and the child, that I felt we weren't connecting. We weren't being therapeutic. There was just a wall there.
Well, what was Dr. Kornberg's position on this?
I don't think he felt it quite like I do, because I'm a nurse, right? So we were empaths, yeah, he had some of the same concerns, and the team all shared and discussed our concerns.
I noticed you used the term team a few times. Do you consider this to be a team approach to what you guys were doing at the TGH?
Yes, the main thing for conversion disorder or any rehabilitative patient, like I said, it's not really a medical admission. We can do medicine, and we do medicine, but it's all about the functionality of the child, and that requires a multidisciplinary team of really talented people that are evaluating this kid every single day and communicating. And we just had a tremendous team at that time, and I know the team expressed frustrations that we were getting Maya more functional. She was moving forward in a functional realm, but we didn't feel that that was something that was going to be able to be maintained.
What is the significance of a normal CPK finding as referenced here on the H&P that you drafted?
It may mean that it's not a steroid myopathy and there may be some other pathology going on.
What is your recollection of Maya's asthma status during the period of time she was at Tampa General?
I felt she was stable from an asthma standpoint. We were not escalating medical therapy or treatments.
My understanding too was that prior to coming to Tampa General, Maya was admitted to Lurie Children's Hospital in Chicago. Do you know anything about that hospitalization?
Yeah, that was another full workup for a second opinion. She had Dad had worked in Chicago. They had a primary care physician in Chicago, and they wanted the workup done there just to kind of verify everything that All Children's was telling them, I guess. I don't know.
Did you ever see any of the records from Lurie Children's Hospital?
The family did bring in the records, and eventually Dr. Kornberg was able to get the disc open and reviewed all the records and said it was a comprehensive workup.
Let's walk through more of this now. When Maya presented, what was her ambulatory status?
She was not ambulating. She was being carried to the bathroom by her father.
How would she get around upon presentation?
Yeah, so she didn't leave her bed.
Okay. It says here she uses her wheelchair as her primary mode of locomotion.
Oh yes, if she was going to the playroom or the gym, she would go in a wheelchair.
I probably should have asked this earlier, but what do you recall about Maya from a personality standpoint based on your interactions with her?
So she was sweet. She was interactive. She was pleasant until the physical exam, and then it would just rapidly deteriorate. There would be whimpering and crying, some screaming. As soon as you went to examine her, there was. It seemed like she was resistant to the exam or upset by the exam. I don't know.
And then the next line, Nurse Rice says, she adjusts arms and legs for comfort and wipes her own tears away with her right hand. Well, why is that something that you put in the H&P?
Because, she was not feeding herself. Her mother was feeding her. And I didn't know this until after the H&P, but, we're going to write down every single type of movement we see so that we can work with what we have. And that's part of my assessment. So that's why it was so specific. But I have to say that my interactions and observations of her were not consistent with what her dad was telling me about her dependency.
So after engaging in those, it says here, she stopped crying and stated, quote, "I don't distract easily," end quote, and then commenced crying. Do you see that line?
Uh-huh.
Why is it that you included that in your H&P?
Yeah, so that's unusual, that she, first of all, that a fourth grader would know what distraction was, and that she doesn't distract easily is, she was a very smart little girl. And so I felt that was just something that I hadn't seen in children before, just this stopping of the crying and then making a statement. Because usually when people are in tremendous pain, they're whimpering and they're not, they might get angry, but they certainly don't stop and say, the technique you're using isn't going to work.
Okay.
I just hadn't had that from a child before.
And then under neuro, and I imagine that's neurological, correct?
Yeah.
It says she has pain everywhere, cannot describe pain. Why did you include that in the H&P?
Well, normally we want to know all about the pain. We want to know the onset. We want to know the location. We want to know, how long have you had it? What's an aggravating factor? This is part of how we're going to treat her pain if pain ends up being her primary symptom.
And up to the point that you were treating Maya Kowalski as of 2015, how many years had you been working in the pediatric nurse practitioner physiatry realm?
Let's see, probably 7 or 8.
Okay, can you approximate how many patients that you saw in your TGH unit with Dr. Kornberg over those several years?
Probably close to 500.
Okay,
you have it worse in the morning. I have it all the time. And so then I would say, well, where is it on your head? You're trying to figure out what's going on. She came in with this history of steroid-induced myopathy, and that was per the father's report. And I knew she had been seen by endocrinology over at All Children's and had been on a steroid wean. So that's our number one thing, because we're either trying to confirm that or move on to another possibility. She was not walking, so that gives her gait disorder, impaired mobility, and ADLs is what the occupational therapists do. That's activities of daily living. They're going to teach her to bathe herself, brush her own teeth, clothe herself, that type of thing. And they'll even get memory. They'll do some memory type things. And then her asthma, we were actively treating for that, so I wanted to list that. Myalgia means muscle pain. Myalgia means pain in the muscles. Myositis can mean inflammation in the muscles, although we didn't have any objective findings that we could say that there was inflammation. There certainly wasn't any redness or swelling or anything like that. She had no fever. There was no sign of inflammation, really. We also were trying to get her communion, I remember, because her mother was Catholic. And we'll try and heal the entire person, mind, body, spirit. So integrated medicine, like one of the things we were trying to work with her on is just saying I can, or I'll try, instead of I can't. because she would just scream, "I can't do it." And we wanted her to try. You know, you have to use the muscle to make it stronger, is what we would tell her.
Do you have any other experiences or observations that were similar to what Dr. Kornberg noted there?
Yes, but this was very common for Maya. When her mother was in the room, she would, and sometimes her dad, but mostly her mother, she would just stop functioning. And she would not, you could see her doing things that indicated she had the muscle capability to do these things. And then when you went to examine her or tried to motivate her to do something, she would use the crying and tears, and we felt there was probably a huge psychiatric overlay there.
Okay, all right.
Although we did treat her pain, we did treat the pain. So
we walked through the physical exam, we walked through your H&P. Is there anything that as we walked through the H&P that triggered a recollection or a memory of your time with either Maya or her parents that we haven't discussed?
Yeah, so I don't know exactly. You know, Maya is a very smart little girl. And I don't know if she had seen a disabled kid in the past and seen how they posture when they're spastic. But when we would try to work with her, she would assume this classic spastic pose in both her hands and her legs. And she would say, I can't do this. I just can't do it. My legs don't move. I can't do it. And yet when she was up in the bed, I could see her moving her legs just fine, rubbing up against the covers, not having pain. You know, so it's just, it was very puzzling, very, very puzzling.
What do you mean by spastic?
Yeah, so we're the experts at muscle motor movement disability. Spastic is something that happens usually after a central nervous system injury, where the muscles, it's very complicated, and I'm not sure science completely understands it, but your feedback mechanism for muscles to relax is shut off. So you end up being, your body starts to twist into certain shapes. And your muscles will naturally do that. And all the spastic kids have very similar problems versus a dystonia. And I know that's in the chart too. That's where your limb is basically frozen like a statue into a spastic position. Most kids that we dealt with were on a trajectory. They would get on like a recovery trajectory. And so you sort of knew what to expect. Now, would they surprise you all the time? But you know, you kind of 80% of, like Pareto principle, 80% of the kids did usually this trajectory. So they would get on a recovery trajectory and we could kind of tell how far they were going to go as an inpatient, what we could accomplish, and then what their outpatient therapy plans would look like. She actually had some friends, all the rehab kids do stuff together. And she had one little boy in particular that she was good friends with, and her function would just, you know, go back to being a normal muscle movement.
Okay.
When she was with him.
Is it fair to say that Maya's functionality at times would vary depending on who was around?
Absolutely.
Okay. Why don't you explain that a little bit more for me?
So when her mother would enter the room, it just became kind of a battle of the wills between the two of them. I mean, it was the weirdest, one of the weirdest mother-daughter dyads I've ever seen in my life. I'm not sure we helped this family to get Maya back to her healthiest state. But it became pretty clear over the course of everything that they would, it was kind of like being in the middle of a tug of war. They weren't actively arguing with each other. As a matter of fact, they showed kind of indifference to each other. But if mother would say, we need to get her back to her skating or swimming or whatever extracurricular activities, Maya would just look at me, not her mother, and say, I'm not going to be doing that. You know, so there was this like battle of the wills. I'm not a psychologist. That's why I talk to Dr. McCain so many times, because I didn't know where to go next.
And then so in one of her notes, it's at TGH 42 to 47. It says that at one point in Nurse Hussey's exam, it was noted that Maya could stretch her legs and arms, and she appeared to do so with ease. But later on in the examination, she wasn't able to move her fingers to grip my hand and refused to use her arms and legs to evaluate range of motion and strength. And I know that was obviously Nurse Hussey's observation, but did you have any similar interactions similar to that with Maya?
Every day.
Every day from that whole month?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, we would take her to therapies, and if her mother was present, she would just deteriorate. And that was why the team was so concerned, because we can get you functional again, but if we send you back into a home where you're with your parents and you're just going to deteriorate, that isn't really functional gain, is it?
As somebody who's working with these kids, why is it significant to you that a patient may be able to do some things with ease during an examination and then not be able to do other things with ease in that same examination?
It seemed like she might be using her dependency to get her parents' attention.
And was that something you discussed with the neuropsychologist?
Oh, yes. And psychiatry. We had psychiatry.
I think you said that Dr. McCain was able to put a finger on it. I think you said, correct?
I'm not sure if she did or not. I really didn't. I knew that we were towards the end of her hospitalization. We were feeling like what we provide at pediatric rehab was not what Maya needed.
Okay.
Maya and her mother needed. Yes, and that's actually, like I said, we use a scoring system, and she was making gains. It's just that the gains were not permanent.
And why was that concerning to you as an NP that deals with pediatric pain patients?
Well, because I started to think that, well, actually, pain was not my specialty, and we had special pain nurses that just did pain. But we always treat pain before function. If you hurt a kid, you'll never get them down to the gym again. So you have to make sure that they're pain-free before you, or at least pain-reduced before you start treatment. So I'm sorry.
Okay. Later on in Dr. Vichapura's note, he indicates that when he suggested about playing the keyboard or doing puzzles, that Maya responded, "I can't do anything with my hands." And yet Dr. Vichapura would note that throughout his interview, the patient would be able to pick up objects and adjust her blanket. I guess my question is Dr. Vichapura's observation of those activities consistent with what you observed throughout your time with Maya Kowalski?
Yes, it is.
And how would you describe that similarity?
She could function, when she was doing an activity that she enjoyed, and her mother wasn't in the room, she would paint her nails and do other fine motor. I can't even paint my own nails. So, fine motor tasks she could do, and she was a very skillful artist. And yet when her mother would walk in, she would hold her hands like this and say, "You have to feed me."
And then later on in this same note from August 5th, it indicates that Maya was functionally worse across all domains with mother present and assisting. What does that mean?
That means her mother was in the room and her function deteriorated. I think they had been trying to treat her complaints of pain, which is, we always defer to kids, if they say they have pain, they have pain. But because she was reporting high pain scores on all these narcotics, it didn't seem to me like, or to Dr. Kornberg or Karen Hussey, that the pain was in the pathway that can be treated with narcotics. Okay. So there's multiple kind of pain pathways, and we thought maybe it was neuropathic pain, which is generated differently than pain via the mu receptors.
In this note, it indicates that Maya's complaints of pain have escalated when her mother's bedside. Again, what is the significance of that entry?
And it became really clear after 30 days that when her mother was there, her function would deteriorate. Yeah.
And it says again here that mom was requesting oxycodone specifically. Do you see that?
Yes. She was a nurse. She was very smart.
Okay. In this same note, you indicate here that Maya was observed smiling in the gym and interacting in the gym until mother arrived, and Maya began moaning and began leaning laterally, but flexed elbows with hands in place. Can you please explain what that line means?
It means she was assuming a posture when her mother came in the room.
You voluntarily doing that?
She was, in my belief and my exams, we know when it's volitional muscle movement.
Understood. Okay. And in this same note, it also indicates that Maya has increased physical symptomatology with her mother rooming in. Can you explain what that line means? There's some technical jargon in there.
Yeah, so the pattern became clear over time that her mother would come in and there would just be this sort of a deterioration of the whole environment. I mean, going in there was awkward. It was confrontational. As soon as her mother would come in, very little therapeutic activity would occur. And her mom was a nurse, and she would set up an office. So she would be on the other bed. We always have our parents, we try to have them rooming in so they can learn all the things, not just come in, once and learn about a therapy session. We want them in therapy, seeing what we're doing so that they can continue that therapeutic environment into the home. But her mom would come down to the gym and set up an office. She'd have her laptop there, her cell phone. And I know that at least one occasion I heard Maya complain that her mother was always working and didn't pay attention to her, was the implication.
And why is that something that stands out?
Because it seemed like she was seeking attention through dependency. And that confirmed that to some, on some level.
Looking forward to an August 10, 2015 note that you authored along with Dr. Kornberg. That's at 310. In that note, there's a reference to mom being resistant to medication reduction. Do you have any recollection about that?
One of the weaning schedules, the mother got very upset because she noticed that the syringe had less medication than the time before, which is something that happens when you're stepping down dose. So I know I had talked to her about stepping down the narcotics and benzos, but then this was a couple days later, and she was like, why is her dose lower? I do have to tell you that we don't go in and tell the kid every day, we're going to lower your dose. Because if you do that, you can set them up for thinking, okay, I have less painkiller, I have more pain. So we just kind of wean the dose down, and then we observe and frequently assess your pain and see what happens. And in fact, her pain wasn't exacerbated as we weaned off the narcotics.
Okay, yeah. It says in your note here that when not focused on functional tasks, Maya moves her BLEs into various positions for comfort and uses upper extremity to position for comfort in the wheelchair. What is that entry in your note describing?
Normal function that you would see in a child. She would have times where she would have absolutely normal function of her arms and legs.
Then I'll move forward to August 12, 2015 note. It indicates that Maya was in good spirits when playing on her iPad. Do you have any recollection of Maya being in good spirits during the time that you cared for her?
Yeah, like I said, she made a friend with a little boy down the hall who we called our mayor. He had multiple admissions, and he loved coming to the program because we do a lot of fun stuff on PD rehab. But when she was with this little boy, it was great. They would watch movies at night together, and she was a happy kid.
And in that same note under MSK, it indicates that Maya continues to hold her feet in plantar flexion and inversion whenever examined. What does that describe?
Yeah, so it's just the pointed toe and the pointed toes slightly going in. So you have, these aren't feet, but just imagine the toes are pointed. They start to slightly go in. And when we observed that, there was, I remember, a really big discussion about whether to put her in braces or not.
Look, ma'am, there's been Kornberg threatened to break Maya's ankles. Do you recall Dr. Kornberg ever saying that?
No.
Have you ever seen or heard Dr. Kornberg threaten a patient in that way?
No. Dr. Kornberg is the sweetest doctor I ever worked with. He was all about the kids. He would never, ever do anything to harm a child.
Moving forward, August 13 now, 2015, TGH 254 to 256. This is also a note authored by yourself and Dr. Kornberg. There's a reference in that note about mom having a phone conversation about Maya needing IVIG per a therapist's report. Do you recall any Maya Kowalski's mother addressing the need for IVIG?
Yeah, so, I think she was desperate to find a medical cause and treat medical causes, because I don't think the mom could wrap her head around the fact that her daughter had, this cute, charming, fantastic little girl had serious psychiatric problems, serious psychiatric and psychological problems that probably warranted an inpatient psych stay.
In that same note, there is a reference to the feet being pointed into equinovarus. What is that?
That's just a way of describing that they're plantar flexed and inverted in one term.
In that same note, it also says, but noted to intermittently actively dorsiflex. So I guess my question is, when it says here, feet pointed into equinovarus, but noted to intermittently actively dorsiflex, what are you explaining there in your note?
That the leg was not contracted, that she was easily able to move her feet into a functional position of 90 degrees.
Okay. Later on in that same note, it indicates that it appears as if Maya had been actively posturing ankles into equinovarus. What is that describing?
It means that she's volitionally putting her feet like that.
And then I believe there, at some point, around the middle of this hospitalization, Mrs. Kowalski wanted some input with the pediatric neurologist. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, I've seen reference in the chart on a couple of notes to a Maria Guerin-Corthals. Who is
that's the neurologist?
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that Maria? Is that Dr. Guerin-Corthals? Am I saying that properly?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Is she a pediatric neurologist?
She is.
You had a chance to review the TGH chart, right?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall if Dr. Guerin-Corthals interacted with Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
Do you recall what the opinion of pediatric neurology was with respect to Maya Kowalski?
Yes. Tell you what she said, and I know this is hearsay, but she stopped by my office and said that little girl's faking it.
What was your response to Dr. Maria Guerin-Corthals during this conversation?
Are we sure? Is there any other thing that we need to do to make sure? Because you always want to give the kids the benefit of the doubt, right? And I do that for the parents too. Nobody's on their best behavior when their kid's in a pediatric floor in the hospital. Nobody. I expect abnormal behaviors, and that's just something that we handle. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall anything else from this interaction with the pediatric neurologist?
Yeah, I thought it's, I asked her if there were any other tests, what else we should do, that type of thing. And I asked her not to confront, I did do this. I asked her not to confront conversion patients, telling them that their situation isn't real. Because when you do that, they'll dig their heels in and they will not get better. They'll do anything under the sun to prove to you that they are really disabled. And it sets up, like I said, what we used was boundaries and positive reinforcement. So we only say, yes, you did that, you did that. If she says, but I can't do this, you just ignore that and move forward into another activity and keep it positive and sort of ignore the disability, and they get better.
You referenced a couple of diagnostic studies there in conjunction with this pediatric neurologist. I've seen reference to an EMG, a nerve conduction study in the chart. Mm-hmm. I saw a reference to the fact that Maya didn't have any discomfort when she was pricked for those studies. Did you see any documentation to that effect?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the significance of that, in your opinion?
I don't know why I've had an EMG, they're painful. I don't know why she didn't respond.
I guess my question for you is, as this hospitalization moved forward, did you notice any differences between how Maya would behave when Dad was around versus when Mom was around?
Yes, we felt that her function didn't deteriorate as much with the father there, although she still had a lot of dependency and still wanted him to perform a lot of her activities of daily living for her. But when Mom was there, she would just completely deteriorate. Therapeutic intervention wasn't even possible. It was just awkward.
And according to this note, it's August 20, 2015. It can be found at TGH 158. It looks like you met with Mrs. Kowalski, Maya's mother, along with Dr. Vijaypura. Do you see that note?
I remember the meeting.
Oh, okay. Well, that was my first question. Why don't you explain to me what you recall about that meeting?
Yeah, so we frequently do, everybody gets family meetings to let them know how their kids are doing, and also to assess how the parent is coping with the kids' progress. And in this particular case, I had asked Dr. Vijaypura if we could have a family meeting with this mom because I didn't feel like she was receptive to information from me. I just wasn't connecting with her somehow. And so I asked Dr. V, he's a very kind guy, and I thought maybe he could say some things and she would respect his credentials more, because as a nurse, I'm sure she's thinking, you know, this lady's just a nurse, I'd rather hear from a doctor. And I've bumped into that before. It didn't bother me at all. And I thought if Dr. Vijaypura told her what the situation was, maybe she could wrap her head around that.
Okay. And what situation are you describing specifically?
That this may be dependency that is related to psychological and psychiatric factors.
Nurse Rice, in this note, it indicates that Dr. Vijaypura explained to Maya's mother that Maya's progress was slower than expected and seems to regress in the presence of her mother. Can you explain what that means?
Well, just as I was describing earlier, her mother would come in and then therapeutic intervention would kind of stop because, you know, her symptoms would all be exacerbated. She wasn't willing to participate. So I had talked to Dr. Vijaypura, and we had agreed that maybe if we had a small trial of mom not rooming in, and I have to say it's the only time I think I ever asked a mom not to room in, that we could see an improvement in her function, and in fact we did.
Okay. Well, I wanted to ask about that. So it looks like mom was agreeable to reduce her presence to see if it would help, right?
Yes, so I don't think she was happy about it, but she agreed.
And what did you see after mom left for a bit?
Things normalized. It just seemed like mother-child were in some kind of a battle of the wills. That's just what it seemed like every time he went in. And so when the mother was not there, that wasn't present, and okay. Therapy could continue.
Do you agree or disagree with Mrs. Kowalski's contention that Maya was doing better when her mother was present?
I disagree.
Why do you disagree?
From observation and correlation.
What was Dr. Vijaypura's position on this?
Well, so Dr. Vijaypura is a psychiatrist, right? So he doesn't, I mean, he's a medical doctor, but his concern was not her function per se. His concern was what's going on from a psychiatric standpoint. So it was a little bit different.
Did he think that Maya would benefit with mom not being around?
He asked mom to give us a couple days to see how things would be different.
Here, it indicates that Maya had some complaints of blurry vision. Do you have any recollection of Maya's complaints of blurry vision about 20 days into this hospitalization?
Yes. So once her mother left, she seemed to do better. But when her mother returned, she had a number of complaints. And one of them was that she had, her mother had observed an eye twitch, and she had reported blurry vision in her right eye.
What steps were
it was the right eye.
Can you please explain what you were describing there in your note, ma'am?
Yeah, so, you know, once we had worked with her for a while, you know, the exams were just so inconsistent. Muscle improvement occurs in a specific way. And you can't, there isn't any disorder that I know of where you can be absolutely normal 1 minute and then completely disabled the next. And that's what we were seeing all the time. You know, it wasn't this progression of this muscle getting stronger, 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 or this muscle getting a little weaker. It was this absolute change in function from a very low functional independence measure to a very high functional independence measure, depending on the situation.
Now, later on in this note, under psychiatry, it says recommended reducing parental presence to see if this affects Maya's progress. Is that a reference to what we were talking about earlier about not having mom room in?
Yes, and that's why I had Dr. Vijapura tell her, because I felt like I said, she didn't really recognize any expertise on my part, and that's okay. That's okay. But I thought if somebody was a doctor and sat down with her, and specifically in what we thought the problem was with this child, maybe he could break through to her.
Let me ask you this. You've had a chance to review the 820.
Can we stop the playing and approach?
Okay, the judge has something to say about what's going on here. Let's see what's happening. Let's switch back to right here for just a minute. I think the judge has a problem with the laughter that's going on in the background. But we'll see. All right. I will say this lady comes across very believable. Her style of delivery is very confident. For the most part, it didn't sound biased initially. It seems more so a little bit now. But there was a little bit in there that was when she was talking about the EMG test. The doctor testified that this doctor has had an EMG test, and some of you in chat were talking about that as well, about how much pain that causes, that nerve deterioration test. I'm not familiar exactly how it goes. But she says, yeah, they're very painful tests, and Maya had one of those. She was given one of those tests, and I can't explain why she didn't show any signs of pain. So Maya's pain threshold probably is a lot higher than other people. So that has to be weighed into this for sure. Why do the two people have headphones on? Because they're doing the audio for us. They're doing the audio and video. And so...
Defense, you may continue the playing of this deposition.
All right.
3 notes that I referenced earlier, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any independent recollection about this alleged fall?
I remember it was reported to me that she had fallen twice. When I talked to the nurse, Joellen Beers, she said that no one had witnessed these falls. And this was right after the mom had come back in the room after being gone for several days. First it was the eye problems, then it was 2 falls. And yeah.
Was, in terms of the investigation, the quality control investigation you outlined, what was the result of that in terms of whether a fall occurred or not?
We were unsure if a fall had actually occurred. It seemed like Maya may not be 100% forthcoming because she had multiple stories on multiple occasions about exactly what happened.
Okay, when you say multiple, are we talking 2 or more than 2?
I don't remember how many, to be honest with you, but I know at one point she said there was a nurse in the room and she was on the edge of the bed and she slid off, but somebody helped her. And so it just got complicated. So I'm not sure.
All right. Looking at her note, it indicates Maya had said that Maya almost fell, but later said that she didn't fall. Do you have any recollection of your involvement with this alleged fall?
I think she had already been examined by, I'm not sure, let's see. As soon as the patient falls, we go down and examine the patient to see if there's any acute injury, but I'm not sure who did the post-fall. And if she was reporting it at a time later, I'm not sure who did that post-fall assessment.
Okay. And at some point, I understand Maya was moved into a room with video monitoring. Why did that occur?
Well, because, there were questions about whether she was being accurate about what she was reporting.
Why were there questions about the accuracy of what she was reporting?
Because the story kept changing.
Understood. I meant to ask this earlier, but there was a period of time where Maya's mother was not rooming in with her, right? And I think you talked about that. You recall talking about that?
We asked her to leave for a couple days, yeah.
Was that done to separate Maya from her mother for any type of malicious purpose?
Oh, absolutely not. We just wanted to see what would happen to her function, because the end result is that the child was more functional. If being around her mother eliminates her functionality, then we can make all the gains in the world. But as soon as she goes home with mom, we'll go right back to where we were. So that's why all of us were starting to discuss as a team whether inpatient psychiatric care might be warranted.
Okay. And was the separation, was it done to torture or otherwise harass the family?
No, and when Dr. Vijapura talked to Ayden about it, I believe that she agreed to leave for a couple days. But then, of course, when she came back, it was this big situation with the eye and the falls. And
so how would you characterize that period of time when mom wasn't around in terms of Maya's progression?
She was interacting with her children on the floor. And just in general, we try to have a lot of fun on our service because the kids don't have to be there, right? And they're working hard to gain function. So I think she had a pretty good time while her mom was gone, participating in activities and such.
It says mom also discussed the unwitnessed reported falls, and mom stated Maya's story had changed several times. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And so am I correct in assuming here that mom was expressing that Maya had changed her story several times?
Yeah.
And that's about the fall we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, the 2 falls.
But why again do we place Maya in a video monitored room based on this note?
Well, if you fall on PD rehab, you're going to end up in a video monitored room because we're not going to, we're not going to we're going to observe you closely so you don't get up and fall again.
Apparently, mom also contacted Dr. Giron asking for a CT of the head. Is that Dr. Giron? Is that the neurologist we talked about earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Dr. Giron order the CT of the head?
No, she had no focal signs or symptoms, and we told mother we'd continue to monitor, but we didn't feel that it was a medical issue.
It says here, inpatient pediatric rehab concerns include significant functional regression related to non-organic factors, suspected conversion disorder. What are you explaining there in your note?
Yeah, so we just couldn't find anything physically wrong with her that would cause all these symptoms. And she had a pretty good workup at 2 major respected, stellar medical institutions. And we didn't feel there was a physiologic cause for her disability. We felt at that point, and we were getting along in the rehab admission, I believe, that this was psychologic and psychiatric in nature.
Later on in your note, and I think you talked about this earlier, but this is the specific note about it. It says, occasionally Maya would become limp and collapse forward, but then recover and resume standing. What are you describing there in that note?
You don't have rapid changes in muscle movement like that. Muscles slowly get better and they go on a trajectory. So to see a kid who's walking and then collapses, that's why we had her in the walker with the saddle, because we felt otherwise she would just fall on the floor, or we'd have to, keep her from falling on the floor. So she'd walk and then she would go into this sort of a floppy posture. And I think Dr. Kornberg thought, okay, let's err on the side of caution. This is a pediatric patient, realizing that all tests and treatments have risk and benefits. And this could result in her having some kind of complication from the MRI itself. However, he felt that it was a reasoned decision to look at the parenchyma, which is the actual tissue of the brain, and just rule out once and for all that there was any brain abnormality.
And do you recall if this MRI of the parenchyma was done inpatient at Tampa General or at an outpatient basis?
We put it as an outpatient basis because Maya's old enough to hold still. If she had been younger, we usually put those kids under like a general anesthesia so they hold still so we can get adequate pictures.
Well, why don't you tell me what your recollection of preparing this discharge summary was?
I just want to make sure that we checked every box, dotted every I and crossed every T. She needed, family psychological counseling as soon as possible. We had actually said to the mom that we recommended inpatient for Maya and intensive counseling for the mother, even though she is not the patient, she's part of the patient's family unit that will be our discharge plan. So we felt comfortable doing that. And we gave her the actual phone numbers. We gave her the number for Aetna Behavioral Health because that was her insurance plan to get authorization. We gave her psychiatry's information.
Okay. And do you know one way or the other whether Maya's family followed through on those recommendations?
No, because as I recall, best I can remember, she never answered the phone when I called.
Okay. So I just want to know what you're explaining there in this line in your discharge summary where you say Maya exhibited physical abilities to move into bed and perform fine motor activities. However, she had reduced effort whenever physical examination was undertaken. What are you explaining there?
I'm explaining that she could move normally until she was asked to move.
Okay. And it also references in your discharge summary some demonstrated inconsistencies of examination and strength and effort. What are you explaining there?
Just that if she wanted to do something, she could do it.
Can you please explain to me what is being communicated there, recognizing that we probably have jurors that probably don't have the same technical capability that perhaps yourself and Dr. Kornberg do?
So I'll just keep it simple, but I don't want it to sound judgmental at all. When Maya wanted to do something, she could do it. I watched her paint her nails with a dotting tool and do flowers, and all kinds of things that I don't even think fine motor. She had normal fine motor movement when she wanted to do something, and when she didn't want to do something, she would complain of pain, or she would lose function and ask for help.
Understood. And I also see, continuing through the rest of this note, it indicates that Maya would have variable pain scores. What does that mean?
Once again, pain scores are something that you trend over time, and people have, you give them a medication, they have less pain. It takes a pattern.
And I notice here as well, there's an entry here that says that Maya would, quote, consistently voice more pain complaints and behaviors when her mother was present, end quote. Do you see that?
That was the correlation that I had made.
Okay.
And the team had made.
Okay. And was that, did you observe that throughout the course of this hospitalization?
Yes, from the very first day.
So was there a period of time when Mom was not around?
Yes.
And what was your recollection of how Maya was during that period of time?
I felt that she did better when her mother was not in the room. And when her mother returned, she had this, list of complaints of things that had happened that if her mother had been there, her mother could have done something. I don't know. It was kind of said in a guilt-producing way. And that was the whole goal of rehab. We thought about it to the smallest detail. We wanted kids to feel like kids again, not like patients.
Okay.
Because that's the way to get them back in the community.
Oh, here it is. Maya made significant, tell me if you can see this in the note. It says, quote, Maya made significant functional improvements over the period when she did not have a rooming in parent, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is being described here in the discharge summary?
So, that Maya we were thinking psychological, psychiatric, right? And the correlation between the parents being in the room and her becoming completely dependent suggested, once again, a psychologic etiology for her problems, cause for her problems.
Based on your review of this discharge summary about this, what was the ultimate conclusion about that unwitnessed fall?
I think some members of the team questioned her authenticity because of the changing of the story and the lack of any injury and the other complaints that she was using to make her mother feel like she was not attentive.
Why did the team recommend inpatient psychiatric care?
There was something really, really wrong with this little girl. I don't know what it was. It's not my area of expertise, but I've worked with a lot of kids over 24 years, and a lot of families. And believe me, I'm benefit of the doubt. I am a strong patient advocate. But as I worked with this child, there was something so, the fact that she could continually do this disability behavior and then come back with full function and disability and be talking to you the whole time, there was something really wrong there. I don't know how to fix that.
You recall if Maya was able to keep her feet in an anatomically correct position during the course of this hospitalization?
Absolutely.
And then it appears as if somebody had asked for oxycodone the morning of discharge. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Why was that something you would have noted on a discharge exam?
It was further illustrating the mother's hyper-focus on medical tests and treatments.
Okay. Does this case stand out to you after the multiple years you've been in the pediatric realm?
Yes.
And why?
It was just something I'd never seen before. I haven't seen since, to the point of my retirement, was a situation exactly like this. This was a really abnormal situation where I felt the mother and daughter both had significant mental illness. I'm not labeling it. I'm just saying it was mental illness, and that they were in some sort of battle with each other, and we weren't helping at that point. She needed inpatient psychiatric care. It's fair to say you would defer to psychiatry and neuropsychology on those opinions? Absolutely. I think you talked a little bit about you would defer to some of the psychiatric and neuropsychology findings. You would defer to your colleagues on
now we get to see him.
Those specialties, right?
Right. And we don't necessarily, refer out of the country unless it's something really specific and there's a major medical center that specializes in that.
Your discussion with Dr. Smith, do you recall how long it was by chance, approximately?
No, it had to be longer than 10 minutes, but maybe less than a half an hour or something like that.
And
that was Mr.
just
Hughes.
In a very synopsis fashion, what did you discuss with Dr. Smith?
Well, so there's a little bit of backstory, if I may. I had actually attempted, when I talked to Dr. Smith, we had talked to Dr. Kornberg to speak to Dr. Hart about the fact that we kind of wanted to red flag this kid because we were worried about ongoing medical intervention. And parents will set up a pattern, there's specific disorders, but they set up a pattern of seeking unnecessary medical care for their children. And we were worried this was going to happen. And the reason we thought that was threefold. One, the mother had absolutely no acceptance of what diagnosis we were telling her or even diagnostic category we were telling her. She had been to several major medical centers with complete workups, and that's a red flag to us. Second opinions are fine, but going to multiple medical centers is not okay. And that she had doctor shopped. Do you know what that means?
I have an understanding, but if you please go ahead and explain what you mean by it.
Well, so doctor shopping is when you go to one person and ask for a test and they don't give it to you or a treatment. And so you go to the next person on the team and ask them, and specifically physicians. And Beata was seeking medical treatment. And those are red flags for us. So I thought that I wish there was a way we could flag her chart so that people would know going forward, if they didn't read all the records, that this could be a problem, because tests have consequences. They have risks and benefits. And so if you test a kid a lot, you'll run into a complication sooner or later.
And so do you know or did you at this time know very many people over at JHACH?
I mean, I worked there for 12 years, so I knew some people.
What years were you there again?
Let's see, I went 91 to about, I think, 95, and then I quit to go. I got a scholarship for a year of pre-med. I went full-time to school for pre-med, and then I came back to the cardiovascular intensive care unit. Was my primary position as a clinical nurse specialist.
Okay, and then you stayed until sometime in the 2000s?
2005.
2005. Did you, let me throw some names out. You've said before that you knew Sally Smith, but did you know a social worker that handled a lot of the reporting requirements over there by the name of Kathy Beatty?
I don't remember the name Kathy Beatty.
Was there the people, can you name the names of the people that were the occupational therapists and physical therapists? I'm trying to just get some names.
Well, so they have right, I can give you names. So there was a Diane Allen, who was our occupational therapist, and Marissa Higgins was our DPT.
Marissa Higgins?
Higgins, Higgins.
Okay, Higgins. Tell me about Diane Allen. Is she still in town to the best of your knowledge? And Marissa Higgins? Okay.
Yes.
And Marissa Higgins is too. Okay.
Marissa Higgins has now left, and I believe she's up at University of Florida, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I only know that because I wrote a job recommendation for her when she left TGH. She was so wonderful. Nurse practitioners, as a rule, stick within the common things. We're not medically trained in terms of going to medical school. And so, we treat the common things, that there are algorithms, there are care plans, there are established plans of care. We do not go into treating something like chronic regional pain syndrome, which is hard to, it's a hard diagnosis to make. It requires, upper level input.
But you are aware that the treatment for complex regional pain syndrome, since it does include a mixture of physiological and psychological issues, is different than purely psychological, like conversion disorder, or purely, say, a problem with neuropathy.
Because I'm there to facilitate treatment. I'm not there to set the medical goals.
I understand that. Would it be fair to say that, and like I said, her being demanding, but would you agree that she was pretty open and honest with you about what she thought needed to be done and what she had observed in Maya?
Yes, she was good at sharing specific information, but I don't think that she was, and she was medically, her knowledge base was there. However, functional medicine is very, very different than any other type of service you're going to see. And I didn't feel she really understood the whole purpose and function of what we were doing. I couldn't really get past, there's something physically wrong with her.
Has it ever come to your attention that physical therapy is a recognized primary treatment for CRPS?
I knew that, yes.
Okay. And that if physical therapy does not work in the sense the child is still in extraordinary pain, that this becomes what's known as intractable CRPS?
I've heard of intractable chronic regional pain syndrome. Yes, I did not know that the pain would become intractable. I'm not sure even what you're asking, to be honest.
There's a term called intractable diseases, intractable CRPS in this instance, and I'd wondered if you had ever heard of that in conjunction with, since this is the area you're in, people who do not do as well as expected or as they should from physical therapy.
We just didn't deal with a lot of chronic regional pain syndrome patients.
Do you know if there is any type of consulting record in the files that we're not seeing where someone did do a differential diagnosis and describes it in writing?
This child was a referral in for functional rehabilitation, and she had come from All Children's, which is a major medical center that is capable of doing just about any type of evaluation they want to do on that kid. So that's a question really for Dr. Hart. She came to us as sort of a, at the end of her situation to get functional again, and to get back into the community and get back into school. But I know that Dr. Kornberg had talked to multiple specialists. I know we talked to endocrinology about the steroid wean and neurology, and Dr. Casadante, who's brilliant, had seen her over at All Children's. And, so we kind of assume the differential is done by the time they come to us, but we're open to any suggestions, and we keep all the referring physicians from other facilities informed of our progress.
So if Dr. Kornberg testified under oath that he found not just physical, but signs of any child abuse of any kind, would you defer to him?
Yeah, no, I have a memory of what I have a memory of, and I'm testifying under oath. And so I can only tell you what I did. I can't speak to what Dr. Kornberg said, although I respect him tremendously. And, if he remembers different, it may be that he has the more correct memory. I can't.
It's a simple question, and that is whether you, as a well-qualified nurse, but still a nurse
practitioner,
but without his level of training and such things, whether you are going to state that you're independent, you have an independent opinion separate and different from his that you wish to stand on, as opposed to what Dr. Kornberg concluded after reviewing all of the records.
He sat in the team meetings. He heard what the team had to say. Now, what his memory is and my memory, I don't want to go back and forth parsing things. Would I question my memory? Yeah, I'm old, and this was a lot of years ago. I'm here to give my testimony to the best of my ability.
But are you telling this jury that a 9-year-old little girl on this cocktail of powerful narcotics and benzodiazepines, Xanax, Valium, oxycodone, is going to behave the same way as a child that is not on all of those?
So you can have adverse effects or side effects from narcotics and benzos. And can that change a child's behavior? Absolutely.
Do you show that there at the end, the last drug records show her still on the narcotics?
Yes, so there were individual single doses given at times. Once a child comes off of a narcotic wean, it doesn't mean she can't ever have pain meds or can't ever have the Valium. And I know she was having problems with spasms, but we typically use baclofen for spasms because it doesn't affect the child's cognition as much.
Okay. So you would agree with me then that you never knew Maya Kowalski when she didn't have some of these drugs in her system?
So I do believe there were times when her medication, it has a half-life, right? And so it's not going to affect her if she's getting a single dose beyond, 8 to 12 hours, it should be out of her system. But
did you ever know Maya Kowalski before she arrived at that hospital?
No. I had heard her name. I heard her name as a potential referral.
So in this instance, Beata was attempting or encouraging her daughter to try to get back to her life through your physical therapy, was she not?
Yeah, I don't know what Beata was.
Well, can you think of any other reason why she would say to her daughter, we need to get you back skating or swimming, other than encouraging her to get back to skating or swimming? Can you think of any other reason?
It may have been a control issue.
Well, the control issue in that regard would be trying to get Maya to get better, to work harder to get better, would it not?
I can't speak to, what the mother's intentions were.
Well, does it sound like she's trying to prevent her daughter from skating or swimming when she says, we need to get you back skating or swimming?
You know, to hear you say it the way you say it, I perceived it a little bit differently when I was actually physically in the room, and it may have been about control. You know, Maya not wanting to do something that her mother wanted her to do. So, you know, her response may have been, "Hey, I would like to get her back to being functioning." Could have been that. Could have been control.
Control in what sense? Explain that control of a mother encouraging her daughter.
You know, so sometimes kids want to be more independent, and their parents have problems relinquishing to the child, to what the child, you know. There are times when the mom is trying to control the child's behavior, and the child doesn't want that control, and so they'll say things that are directly contradictory to what the parent said. But it may have been that she validly wanted her back in skating or whichever activity it was.
Okay. Well, what you can agree with me on is that Beata was not trying to hold her child back from getting back to a life where she could skate or swim.
The statement the mother made could be interpreted that way.
Beata, by those words, was not trying to keep Maya from pushing herself, correct?
Yeah, I don't know what Beata was trying to do.
Did you ever sit down with Maya and have a talk with her, a long talk with her, about whether any of your suspicions were actually the case?
Yes, no. I had conversations with her that would be appropriate for a fourth grader, things like, you know, what her room looked like and what she liked to do and all those types of things. I'm not, it's not in my place to sit down and try and counsel a child or, you know, explain to this child something really complex like the situation that we were seeing.
Did you talk to anyone else about the lawsuit or the facts of the case after Maya's discharge? Any friends over there?
Oh, no.
Anybody else at TGH?
No, that's a HIPAA violation. The only person I talked to after discharge was I'm assuming the other person on the phone was Sally Smith, since she reported the phone call with me.
I'm interested in knowing whether you had the ability to take a picture of Maya at any time during her admission there.
I did not take any pictures of Maya during her admission there.
What happened to the film you took of her in the film room?
What film room?
Earlier, that when she fell, you put her in a room.
Oh, the video? Yeah, the videos of...
Do you know whether the system has the ability to retain?
I don't.
Okay. And are you aware that other physical therapists have said that Beata was a delightful person to work with Maya and encouraged her to work very hard? Has that
I
come
don't
to your
know
attention?
about that.
Okay, well, was it discussed at the staff meeting that you felt Maya was a victim of some form of child abuse?
We talked about the red flags that we were seeing because we work with Munchausen's and Munchausen's by proxy kids, which is the old name for factitious disorder, where they're similar, or that's, you know. The team felt because of the red flags that this child was at risk for future testing and treatment that wasn't indicated because, and the mom would be pushing for that, and the testing, you know, if the physician who receives the child doesn't know everything that's been done, you might order those tests. And that's what we were worried about.
All right, one last set of questions then, and I'll obviously have to go back and find a bit more out about this. You accused Beata of doctor shopping. Before you answer this,
she did doctor shop. It's in the medical record.
You think that, and we're both in the same hospital?
Yes.
What was the other one? The other doctor? Who was the other doctor you said?
She asked me for a CAT scan, right? So I talked to Dr. Kornberg. And then afterwards, she called Dr. Garone and asked for a CAT scan. And Dr. Garone said will monitor for ongoing signs and symptoms. Dr. Kornberg is a pediatrician, a pediatric physiatrist, and Dr. Garone is a pediatric neurologist.
All right, so the two doctors she asked were the pediatric physiatrist, and the other one was a pediatric neurologist?
Yes.
And so any other examples of doctor shopping besides her asking more than one doctor?
No. Dr. Garone had already seen the patient and written her consult.
So, and I'm not being facetious here, the pediatric physiatrist was the doctor with the most experience with Maya, was he not?
Yes.
Was this after Maya related she had fallen?
I would have to look at the record to determine that. I think it was during that period where she came back after the couple days off and Maya was having this blurry vision or twitching eyelid.
And one says no, and so she decides for a second opinion when the child's having twitching eyelids and blurry vision.
I don't think she was asking for a second opinion.
Are symptoms of a concussion?
I don't think she was asking for a second opinion. She was asking for a CAT scan.
So we know you're not a CRPS expert in any way, shape, or form, are you?
That's correct.
You're not a pediatric psychiatry expert, are you?
No.
You're not a pediatric psychology expert, are you?
No.
And you're not a psychopharmacologist, are you?
No.
Your Honor, that concludes the presentation.
Members of the jury, that completes your attendance here today. Remember, tomorrow, Wednesday, you're not with us. And we're going to miss you.
Oh, we will. We'll miss them.
Oh, I've got a question.
But we'll be here.
For me.
Question for the judge. Can you please refill the popcorn machine in the jury room? Thank you. Signed, Greasy Fingers. Yeah, so that witness was a piece of work. Jack looks pleased. Yeah, he's happy about something. I think there might be something going on in the courtroom that he's heard. Possibly a question to the judge. Let's see. Yeah, asking two doctors about for a CAT scan after your child fell and is exhibiting signs of concussion doesn't seem to be doctor shopping in my book. Doctor shopping is a little bit different than that. Jack did well hiring Mr. Anderson and his team. Yeah, he appears to have done really well. I doubted Mr. Anderson early on, and this is now the realm where he does very, very well. So, it was exhausting. It was only 2 hours of depositions. It felt like 4. Honestly, it felt like much longer. But let's see if we're going to wrap up for the day. I think we are. I've got a meeting I'm supposed to go to in like 45 minutes, so we can't stay too long. Waiting for the judge. So I have to put everything back where it belongs. I always clean my room when I'm done playing with the toys, see? Mrs. R.A. will come in and grab the mic and let you know that that is not always true. Mrs. R.A. has it. I've told her the Colorado case is in a break right now, but it's still recording, so I'm just waiting because I have not been listening to the audio. I can't listen to both audios at the same time. And I'm waiting for that one to tell me if they're going to end for the day or come back here in a minute. But I think they're going to go for another hour or two.
Members of the jury, for context, let me, and the attorneys agree to this as well, the admission at Tampa General Hospital that you just heard about was from July 30th, 2015 through August 27th, 2015. The admission that we've been discussing at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital here, the admission was October 7th, 2016. Now, and with respect to the other jurors' questions, the lawyers are aware of the questions. And like I said, there's still lots of testimony still to come. Members of the jury, that's going to complete your service for today. Tomorrow, like I said, you're not with us, but we will see you on Thursday again at 9 a.m. So just the normal time. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information, and enjoy the beach tomorrow.
It's too cold.
Beach trip. Beach trip. Debbie, I think we're going to wrap this up right around Halloween. Let's see here. So yeah, the testimony we heard was from a year before Johns Hopkins.
Please be seated. The jury is out of our presence. The time consumption.
Here we go.
Plaintiffs consumed 2 hours and 5 minutes. The defendants consumed 2 hours, 50 minutes.
5-0.
Yeah, 2 hours, 50 minutes, 250. The running total, plaintiffs 46 hours, 35 minutes. Defendant 18 hours, 50 minutes. And plaintiffs, well, I mean, it's not for me to tell you how to try your case, but you know, what was it, Ms. Nias? You kind of wrestled a long time with her on the same issue over and over again. So, but you just understand you're at 46 hours, 35 minutes.
I don't think any, Judge, in response, I don't think any of our time has been wasted. In fact, we've been criticized for not calling more people. And we have to respond to what the defense does. And a lot of our case was slowed down tremendously because of the amount of objections and the amount of sidebars and the amount of just kind of litigation. And I'm not sure that that was credited back in any way. And so at some point, we will move the court for some additional time because we don't think it's fair since we have the burden of proof here. And we have to come forward and make a prima facie case that if our case gets delayed or slowed down because of requirements we can't do anything about, we shouldn't be penalized. And so in this instance, I understand I'm heeding the court's warning on that, but
just raising the time issue for you. Okay. Are there other issues we need to address today?
We have not yet heard from the defense on their witnesses for Thursday.
Let's talk about that. Who are you calling on Thursday?
Well, they confer on that real quick, Judge.
They don't know.
When can we deal? I know we get 30 minutes in the morning, but apparently there's going to be some major issues with just putting in medical records. So we haven't been able to put in any exhibits. When can we deal with that, Judge?
Well, we can.
I mean, do we want to just try to do it like we're doing it 30 minutes before court starts and maybe 15 minutes at lunch? Or perhaps when we have the specific objections, it won't take as long as I'm anticipating.
Nate TV Hippie Girl says, new contest, how long will jury deliberate? Interesting idea.
On Thursday, we could start at 8:15, which would give us an additional 15 minutes in the morning, so they'll give us 45 minutes.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever been in a case where I've spent so much time spending so much time with individual exhibits. We've got to figure out a way. Well, you know where I am with this. I will sit here and continue to rule as best as I can, as quickly as I can.
Judge, I appreciate that. I also, in the defense of all the attorneys, actually, it's incredibly difficult for some of these exhibits to not have the court lay their eyes on it because of the road we're trying to travel and not open doors.
And I don't criticize that. It's just sometimes it takes 15 or 20 minutes of back and forth on a two-page. We can shorten our arguments. Absolutely, we agree. And honestly, I've been very. I want everyone to feel like they have their ability to say what they feel like they need to say, but I honestly don't need to hear it 5 times from 5 different people.
Understood. We will.
And from both sides.
Understood. We will heed that comment, Your Honor.
Hopefully, we can trust each other's teammates that if one person says it, then we don't feel compelled to echo it.
Understood.
I have Mr. Altenburn and Mr. Elegant, I guess, by Zoom tomorrow at 3:30. The courtroom will be open if anyone wants to physically be here. I will, of course, run it by Zoom. But as far as those that will appear on the screen, if you will be the lawyers who have registered with Ms. Syback. And then, any member of the public wishing to come can still come via Zoom, or if they want to be here in the courtroom, or I'm assuming the feed will still be coming from, and the TV folks are shaking their head yes, that the feed will still be coming.
We still have a feed tomorrow.
Live from who they work for. So, any way y'all want to come. Anything else?
As I said at sidebar, we renew our motion to strike the testimony of Bonnie Rice or curative instruction because this witness testified as though she was an expert when she was anything but, and based largely, many of her opinions, on pure hearsay. So for the record, Judge, we'd like to prepare an instruction that she needs to be taken not as in any expert role, but simply as a treating nurse. I don't know. But I was very concerned with the amount of opinion she was allowed to give because she was in no way qualified for any of that.
Well, I'm not sure I'm understanding what it is that you're asking me for. Usually if there's a curative, there's a specific, hey, this is what I want you to give.
I would have to draw it up. Obviously, I haven't had the chance to do it. But
I'm not saying I would give it. It's just, usually if there's a request, that's usually coupled with this is the remedy I seek. Anything else before we go?
Not from the defense.
They have witnesses posted.
Oh, witnesses, yes.
Tentatively, we do plan on calling live Dr. Teppa Sanchez, live Dr. Michelle Smith.
I can't hear. What was it again?
Dr. Teppa Sanchez.
Oh.
Dr. Michelle Smith. Potentially Nurse Klink. We have a number of depots from out-of-state providers we need to play, which is the importance of making sure we have any counter designations to fill the rest of that day if we have time.
Okay, well, when you say potential live, so you are sure with the 2 doctors?
Yeah.
How about the nurse?
That's our tentative. That is our schedule as of now. I will let the plaintiffs know if there's any changes to that this evening. I just want to confirm with Mr. Hunter, who left earlier, to make those.
We just need to confirm with the doctors. That's their plan. We will confirm the schedule and let counsel know tonight. But that's the game plan.
And then how about the depositions that you're going to be playing?
That I don't know because I apologize. We're waiting on some counter designations, I think. Or do they have one? Yeah. We have one that's ready to go that's 2 hours long. So,
who's that?
Dr. Malik.
Any others?
Clay's working on them.
Is there anything that I need to rule on?
I understand that they submitted additional designations while we were sitting here today. We need some time to counter-designate. That's for Nevi Walford, if I understand correctly.
Yes. So there was additional designations done for Dr. Walford. Is it Dr. Walford? Which we sent over so they could look at it. So once they counter-designate or indicate whether, I don't know if there weren't any objections previously to that deck. So we're waiting to see if there's going to be any objections or counter-designations. So there may be something for the court to rule on, but not for something that's going to be played on Thursday.
Okay. Well, anything else before we adjourn?
So, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Have a good afternoon. We're in recess until 8:15. Well, actually, 3:30 on Wednesday, 8:15 on Thursday.
3:30 on Wednesday. You guys hear that? 3:30 on Wednesday is our start time. And it just cut out. So 3:30. What are we going to do for half the day? For most of the day. Let's see. $3:30 Wednesday. Man, it's going to be a fun one. All right. Welsh Law student, welcome to the gallery. Great to have you here as a member. I appreciate your support. That's what makes it all possible. Thank you. So, yeah, we'll have to do some car chases, a manhunt. I don't know. We've got this case going on in Colorado right now that we're looking at. I'm not sure. Basically, nobody is posting this. I may be the only person running with this case and having the entire coverage of it. That I can tell. I don't know if you guys want to look around and see if somebody has the Woodyard case that they're posting it somewhere. I don't see it out there yet. Of course, we're all following the judge's orders and not live streaming it, which we're not allowed to do. So maybe it might be posted later or played tomorrow. Murdaugh getting a new trial was granted. Weather Watch, I thought I saw on that it got kicked back and to be investigated for witness tampering or something like that. Is that what I saw? I haven't looked into it very far. Welsh Law student, glad to be part of the family. Glad to have you for sure. We could shop for doctors. That's a great idea, Evie. We could do some little doctor shopping tomorrow morning. Let's see. Jury's not going to like not being able to ask questions from so many defense witnesses. Murdaugh is an evidentiary hearing for jury tampering. Okay, so jury tampering, I thought it was witness tampering, but jury tampering, I guess that is doing the due diligence to look into the claims that have been raised by his counsel. Lawn Lumber is having a live tonight. Hope to see you there. Christy, I've got a meeting that'll go over some of that. I think I'll miss the first hour or two, but very excited. Rob at Lawn Lumber, who has been following this trial and has been performing just admirably as he tells us all about this case from a legal perspective. It's been incredible and it's been amazing. It's going to be a long night again. He's got 2 days to go over. Hopefully, he goes over everything that happened today. It's so spicy. So much of the stuff that happened today was just unbelievable. Edge of your seat thriller type stuff. That I'm sure he's going to have some words and maybe even some strong words to say about it, which will be good. Laura77 says, great channel, best place to be. Congratulations on 6 months, Laura77. That is awesome. Congratulations on the Yellow Courthouse. Let's see. Daryl Brooks' judge has a new murder trial. That's is that the eye drop case? Johnny Desk, we're talking about Judge Darrow with the eye drop case, if I remember right. That one starts in a week. Yeah, roughly. I think it's on Monday, maybe. Ivy Brilliant says, I feel half cooked, ready for some puppy or even cat content. Okay, we do have a new cat, apparently. I don't know. It's I don't know whose cat it is. I think I'm going to take a picture and post it on our neighborhood community Facebook page and say, like, hey, come get your cat because it claimed my kids. So we have not let it in the house, but it is eyeing the opportunity. And as soon as it comes in, there's no way it's going to leave. Okay, Lindy says, Recovery Addict, I think he misspoke. His Zoom meeting for another case is 3:30. I thought he said 3:30 was the Wednesday start. The jury's not coming in at all, so not sure exactly. Let's see. don't think we have. Widget 8081 says, Rob is how I found you. That's awesome. Rob is absolutely amazing. I've always wanted to use a lathe, and Rob is a woodworker. That's where the lumber comes in, and does a great job. Like what he makes there. Virginia Little says, what happened? I missed most of the day. It was a quiet day, Virginia Little. You didn't miss anything. Just kidding. It was major. It was major. We had, we had Charlotte Laporte, which was just, oh my goodness. Claims it was her voice on the calls. That was interesting. We had Tori Niehaus, the family support intervention specialist, who went on 4 visits with Maya. Incredible jury questions on that one. Very, very hostile exchange on the cross. It was fantastic there. We had Dr. Posey with the differential diagnosis that did the admitting diagnosis at the hospital. That told us that the hospital doesn't have a protocol for, if they detect child abuse in the ER. We had Dr. Bonnie Rice, a nurse practitioner who spoke eloquently and I would say in a believable manner about a lot of things. Some bias started to show later on. Initially, it wasn't as apparent, but to me, I detected a lot more bias as we got further into her testimony. But talked a lot about the experience that she witnessed over at TGH, at Tampa General Hospital, not at Johns Hopkins All Children's. That happened the year before, so she talked extensively on that. That was it was an hour and something long. So that was great. We had Blind Gossip, who is Jules, Blind Gossip on TikTok, and Jules here on YouTube, who's a court watcher, been there and reported on what was happening during the court today, as well as in the past couple days. Gave us just an incredible update there. So that was great. Right after lunch is when that happened. If you want to go back and watch, it was the very first part of lunch. Let's see. Time-wise, I think time is becoming a factor. The judge keeps reminding him, and it's possible that the plaintiff could make a motion and say, we're asking the court for more time for this reason, X, Y, Z, and the judge says, okay, granted, we'll give you another 5 hours or 10 hours or whatever it is. But looking at the time, they have 8 hours, 25 minutes left. Is that right? 8 hours and 25 minutes left. The defense, when they finished their side of the case, just the cross-examination, they had used like 13 hours. So plaintiff has got to speed things up. They've got to do better on the cross. They've got to be quicker on the cross. Not as many questions. You probably can't go down those long rabbit hole fights that we saw today, especially with Tori Niehaus. It's going to be interesting. I think that's going to be a major issue, especially if the judge does not grant any more time to the plaintiff and says, nope, you knew the rules and you were part of the problem, so I'm not going to grant you any special privilege. Let's see. So yeah, I think that's going to be an issue. I want to see Rob talk about that a little bit. I know he said he doesn't think it'll be a problem and they'll be able to cross, but I think this judge is holding the line, and I think he's very protective of the jury's time, more so than I've seen almost any other judge. He does not like the jury to be sitting there and waiting. If they're here on the clock, I know they're earning about $8 to $15 a day. It doesn't matter how much it is, but he wants them listening to testimony or eating lunch, and those are the two things. If they're here, we should have them in the courtroom. And so it really pushes the lawyers, and part of the problem is it doesn't give them many opportunities to admit evidence, and we've seen that throughout this case. Murdaugh was stayed until motion is heard, so no decision there yet. Rob's channel is Law and Lumber. He's a practicing family lawyer who got his YouTube debut during Depp Heard. Yes, regarding the bed damage, and now has awesome regular content. I can't highlight this enough. Awesome regular content. Great. Rob is one of the great ones. All right, Lady Draconis. You can vouch for Rob as well, being a mod on his channel. Let's see, anything else? I came here from Rob's channel. He's one of my favorites. T-Bex, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that. Lawyer says judge will not budge on time. Florida lawyer. Okay, lawyer knows the judge. Pete Tragos, I believe, is personally acquainted with his judge or has practiced. I mean, this is a local for him, right? And I think that's why he's sort of hesitating, weighing in on this one, because what's the phrase that has to do with cows in pooping in the same field where you eat. You know, it's you got to be careful a little bit, right? The same thing we're seeing from other professionals. Dr. G, you know, practices in medicine, and the circles that he goes in are very much overlap with some of the circles that we have here in the Johns Hopkins situation, and so he has to be very careful where he goes there. So we're seeing a lot of that right now. I, on the other hand, have no connection, so I just wade right in. All right. Anything else? Buffer, see my timeline comment, says Amber. Amber, I think I'm almost ready. I've got the RTF. Once this case is done recording, I'm gonna shift how I'm recording this case so I can use my rewinding machine, because right now, if you look at my rewinding machine, there's a cord going right across it, and it's the cord for the hard drive that this computer's recording to. And if I bump it and it disconnects, I lose everything, and I don't want to do that. Our objections counted against the other side. We're counting all objections, and no, it's not a time thing so much. I don't know how the judge is flipping the clock at different times. Let's see. It sounds like from what Mr. Anderson was saying that he was complaining that they lost a lot of time because the number of objections, which would mean that's eating into the other person's time. So your witness, your time, unless you're on cross. So that makes sense. How many hours does the defense have left? Well, they have, out of 55 hours, let's see, the plaintiff has 46 hours, 35 minutes. And so let's see, 8:25, 8 hours, 25 minutes. That is not very long for 2 more weeks of trial, considering today they each use 2.5 hours. It's just, they're flying through the time. They've got to use half an hour per day for the rest of this trial, or else they're up a creek. Do a poll, please. How long is deliberations going to go? We'll do that when we get closer to it. That's a good poll. The plaintiff has no control anymore over that video testimony, though, right? Which is a problem since they weren't questioning them under those time constraints. Created by EJF, I think you're right. I think the decisions on what to include were made before trial started. And so they have issues now. They're looking at how many pages they want to include. They may have to go in and see if they can revisit those and cut some of those testimonies down. Rob's link is up for his live tonight. That's great. So if you guys want to go in when this one's up, I'm not sure if I might be able to redirect to him. I think I need his permission. Let me check. It depends if he has it open or not. I'd love to do a portal over to Rob's channel. Just one second. I'm looking. Where was it? Redirect. There we go. Law and lumber. With a B. He doesn't give me redirect privileges, so I can't. I would have to have privileges to do that. So, sorry, no portal to Rob's channel, but you guys know where it's at. Law and Lumber. We've shared it a couple times in chat, and that'll be great. Anything else we need to talk about before we wrap up for the day? And I go put on my suit and go to a meeting. Yes, I'm going to wear a suit to a meeting where I'm eating pizza. I might add, it's a bad recipe for a brand new suit. Let's see. Might I suggest the name Catamine or Recovery Addict? Okay, Adam, the cat is not staying. The cat has adopted us, but we have not adopted the cat. Let's see. There's the timeline right there. July 25th, asthma attack, admitted to JHatch and TGH. September 2015, CRPS, diagnosis by Kirkpatrick. October, November 2015, Mexico ketamine sedation. October of 2016, JHatch admission for abdominal pain. Thank you. Thank you, Amber, for the timeline here. And just so we know, it's the TJH admission right here in July through August, I think they said. Late July through early August. And it was at TJH, a referral from JHatch to TJH was what we heard the testimony on most recently from that nurse practitioner. check the cat for a microchip. I don't have a scanner. I don't want to pay a vet to do it, but I definitely don't want to take the cat to like a shelter of some sort, because you never know, how it's going to end up. And it's a nice cat. Hashtag keep the kitty, says Widget. It's somebody else's cat, I think. Other than it appears to be very hungry, and it has a collar on, which is, I think it's like one of those flea collars. It's like a thick plastic little collar. But it's a very friendly cat. It's it doesn't look like it's been mistreated, other than that it's sort of hungry and starved for attention. Scanning is free. I once had there was a scanner. I found it at a thrift shop, like a pet chip scanner, and I sold it on eBay for a fair amount of money. But all right, anyway, they scan for free. We might do that. I don't think it has one. I don't think first of all, I don't think the cat has received any vet treatment at all, if we want to talk about that. It's a boy. Anyway, that's all we got. So, all right. Can you detect the chip with your metal detector? I could probably do it with a pinpointer. I could do that. Yeah, because I can find the back to an earring with my metal detector. So I think I could find that. You don't poop on your own doorstep. That's the that's the phrase we're looking for. Jen, thank you very much for that. All right. Let's see. I think we're all good. I think Pickles is the perfect name. You put us in a pickle. Cat lives here now with all of us. Yes, it does. Don't forget to feed the cat. The kids are eyeing our like food storage of, we've got like a box of tuna fish, and they're like, oh, cat food. And I'm like, no, don't do this. It will never leave. It will never leave. And suddenly we'll have a cat, and I don't want a cat. With my allergies, that's the problem. All right, thank you very much. It's been a fantastic day. It's been spicy. It's been interesting. Tomorrow, I think we're starting late. We'll probably meet up first in the morning and just verify that nothing's happening with the trial first thing. And then and probably have a little bit of day off unless we have some other video to watch. I'm going to get the recording done from Colorado. Not sure how to do that. What to do with the Colorado recording? If we should play that tomorrow, if we should save it, if I should just post it on my channel for people who want to follow that. Not sure. I might post it on another channel, completely unrelated. I do have another channel I've made, so we'll see. All right. Not going to talk about that because it's all politics. I'm doing a straight politics channel. I'm going to get in so much trouble. All right. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will be tomorrow morning, maybe 8:30-ish, maybe 9 o'clock. Politics, not pickles. That's what we're going to call it, Adam, for sure. I hope to see many of you over at Rob's channel on Law and Lumber tonight. Can't wait to hear his synopsis of how things went, and I'm looking forward to it. You guys stay safe. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I'm not a cat.
Perfect.